Good evening, everyone. Bit of a later start tonight. It's currently 11:33 p.m. my time, but hey, nighttime is the best time when you're talking about horror stuff. Hello, both of the cats who just wandered in. What's up? What you doing? Eclipse walked in and Church was following along behind her. What are you two up to? Huh? Oh, you wrestling? Is it playtime? Oh, there they go. Please don't crash through the tripod. You might hear the scampering. Mummy just came home, Rose, and the kitties always get like super hyperactive and full of beans and so excited they don't know what to do with themselves whenever Mummy comes home. She was out most of the day. What? Why are you all floofed up? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you both doing? What you complaining about? You got food, you got water, you got Mummy. You can go ask Mummy to clean your litter. Anyway, yes, hopefully the cats won't be too rambunctious. It's usually short-lived. They just kind of get that initial excitement of, oh, Mummy's home, out of their system, and then they chill, and they just mostly hang out in her room. Anyway, today we're going to be carrying on with the biggest horror update ever. Will it ever end? Yes. Yes, it will. We're actually getting pretty close to the end now, finally. And I just got to get going on the editing. I've done some of the editing. I've done up to about halfway through part 3. Hey, it's better than nothing, right? I kind of got the process down to a science now. It's just a matter of sitting down and, plowing through as much as I can. But, yeah, it's gonna be a big one. But you guys get the preview. You get to see what's new before anybody else. I mean, I know the majority of people will be watching the YouTube videos, and that's cool. But you find folks who come to the live streams are the special ones. You get to see behind the scenes. I mean, really anybody can, but I don't know. Some people prefer just a nicely polished, nicely edited video rather than watching me fumble through the live stream, screwing everything up. Technical problems galore. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So today will be 3 segments covering all the latest additions to the Hammer Films collection. Yeah, you guys know I've been going like gangbusters collecting all the Hammer horror stuff and, well, just anything Hammer, really. Mostly horror, but, also interested in their crime thriller and crime drama and, film noir type stuff. They're sci-fi. They do have some great sci-fi movies. And their adventure stuff, and being a huge Robin Hood fan, all their Robin Hood movies, of which I only just recently found out there was a 3rd one that I didn't know about. At least, if I did know about it, I forgot, because, I knew about 2 of them, but there was another one that was kind of an important one. So, yeah, so lots of cool stuff. And in recent years, we've started to see releases digging a bit deeper into the Hammer Films catalog. So not just focusing on the horror stuff, but focusing on a lot of their earlier films as well. So, you'll see some of that stuff. The first of those releases in today's updates. So, yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. As I think I mentioned last time when we did those just mega stacks of box sets, one of the big things I wanted to focus on with this sort of latest wave of acquisitions for the horror collection was Gothic horror. And, you gotta get Hammer stuff if you're going with Gothic horror, right? I mean, they're one of the granddaddies of them all. But yeah, beyond that, I mean, I already have, I think I have every Hammer horror film now. Because I've been collecting all the various releases over the past few years. But now a lot of it, there's a little bit of double dipping and upgrading because there's been a lot of 4K releases recently. And some nice big collector's editions and so forth. But as I say, also additional stuff that some of which has never been released before or hasn't had a release in a very long time, and certainly not on Blu-ray or 4K. So yeah, some pretty cool stuff. And I want to do the updates so I can get onto the unboxings and closer looks, because I want to open them up and start watching them. So yeah. So there's quite a few Hammer Films titles to go through, most of which are from two specific boutique labels. A lot of stuff from Indicator, and a lot of stuff from Hammer themselves, who have, recently set themselves up to be their own in-house boutique label. Now, I thought that meant they were just going to take over everything, but there's still like some other current releases coming out from other studios. Like I know Studio Canal has like 3 coming out in the coming months, so I still haven't even pre-ordered those ones yet. But that's on the to-do list. And Hammer themselves are releasing not only stuff from their own catalog, but from other studios as well. So they're expanding and becoming quite an interesting boutique label, doing some really nice deluxe editions of all kinds of things. Pizza. It's like Jay said in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Fast food makes you fart. So we got 3 sections basically. So we got an Indicator section. We got a Hammer section for Hammer, like their own in-house releases, and then we got a section of just kind of an assortment of releases from an assortment of labels. So we'll probably start with that one, as it kind of connects up to the various releases I've got that I've picked up over the years. There's like some Scream Factory titles and things like that. And then, so no sooner did I get up to date on all the Scream Factory titles than Hammer started putting out their own stuff. And I was like, well, damn, that's like even more deluxe than Scream Factory. So, how much more deluxe can we be? Well, remains to be seen. But the nice thing about the sets that Hammer's doing is they're really like digging deep into the archives and not only releasing films that have been, highly sought after for a long time, but giving them all like the mega royal treatment, like just finding anything and everything they can in terms of archival stuff, and very often alternate cuts, like the TV cuts or what have you, and things like that. But also creating a lot of new extras, and they have like pack-in books and posters and all kinds of cool stuff. They've actually been doing like full-size reproductions of like A4 posters, like quad posters, like the big ones. I don't know that they're full-size, but damn, they're gorgeous, very nice. And a lot of them, like with the Hammer stuff, if you get in early enough on the pre-orders, sometimes they'll include them as a free bonus. Otherwise, you can just buy the posters on their own later. They're not cheap. They're about like $60 a piece, something like that. So, yeah, definitely for the hardcore collector. But I'm always like hesitant to get posters because so many releases come with posters, and I have no wall space for. Where am I going to put up posters? I don't have room for that. So, if I get a house with lots of long, winding hallways, maybe I can put up some posters there. But that's a ways off. That's still a pipe dream at this point in time. So anyway, that's that. So get the camera sorted up. sort it out. Get our other lights going here. Centered again. I think that's good. And we gotta format the card again. Late 50s to early 70s. Well, I mean, that's, of course, that's the era they're most well known for. But, I mean, that's literally their gothic horror era. So, question is, how much of the early stuff have you even seen? That's kind of my point. A lot of that early stuff, like pre-Curse of Frankenstein, just has not been widely available or available at all. So, you don't know. Might be some stuff in some hidden gems in there you didn't even know existed that would become some of your new favorites. You never know. But yeah, their gothic horror period is definitely their golden period without question. Let's see here. Here we go. Yeah, so it's about another 250 something gigabytes of video last time, and I'm gonna have to look into some high capacity storage solutions for all this stuff, because keeping it all on the computer is eating up all my hard drive space. But I'm trying to get away from using mechanical drives as much as possible. I really don't want to buy another mechanical drive. I want everything to be SSD, you know? So, anyway. Is that gonna work? Yeah, see, that's not really gonna work, because hold on, I gotta make some adjustments here. That looks pretty good. Center. Yeah, the main problem is I can see one of the stacks over on the side there. That's not going to work. We can't be seeing that. Okay, can you just stay on, please, so I can... There. Yeah, I mean, that seems to be fine. Zoom in a little bit. No idea what else is doing over there. Alright, so move some things here. knocking everything over? How much did I ruin my background there? There we go. That's good. Now let's see. There we go. All right. The stacks are hidden once again. Now. Let's put good old Knight Rider there. Get our super duper focus. Good. Guten. And just turn that slightly. Yeah. You guys will notice, like, the pumpkin changes position so much over the course of these. Unfortunately, I mean, it's literally physically impossible to do all of these in a day. Just too much. I think actually once we actually tally up the final running time of everything, there literally would not have been enough hours in the day to do this all at once. So... Hammer collections, yes. I might have some of the same ones. Yeah, what was it? I had the Universal one, which had like 8 movies in it. And then Scream Factory did re-releases of all of the movies that were in that collection and added new extras and stuff. And of course, I have the Mill Creek collection that came out a while back, which is 20 films. And a little bit of extras on here, which is pretty cool. I don't know that those extras have been ported over to other releases. Plus, this was a real pain in the ass for me to get. I had to special order it in to begin with because I don't think it was available in Canada for some reason, so I had to find a seller that would send it to me. And then when I got it, it was missing the booklet, so then I had to contact Mill Creek and they mailed me the booklet. So, yeah. So now it's all perfect and complete and wonderful. But since then, the 20 movies that are in that set have also had re-releases that are vastly superior, better quality. transfers. Sometimes it's the same transfer, but the new editions have higher bit rates and such, so they're just better quality and way more extras as well. So that's one of the things that we'll be covering today. So I find with Hammer there seems to be a lot of double dipping if you want to get the best editions of everything, or the all the alternate extras and whatnot. But such is the way with physical media collecting, isn't it? Just kind of the name of the game. Yeah. When you're serious about collecting, you seldom wind up buying things only once. At least if it's a part of the collection that is important to you. So, or what have you. Any horror collector will tell you they've got at least a few movies in their collection that they have umpteen editions of. Like for me, that would be like The Thing, for example. Mainly because each version had a slightly better transfer than the versions prior, and now we have the 4K edition, and and some of them would have better extras or new extras or just a better representation of the old extras. So, and in that case, that's also a case where you also want one of the DVD editions so that you get the original uncensored, unaltered commentary track, which has not survived past the DVD era. So, yeah. So that's, one example. Another would be anyone who collects the Evil Dead movies will tell you they probably have like 3 or 4 different editions of each of them in their collection, because of different extras and different transfer quality and stuff like that. So, and so on, and so on, and so on. But, an upgraded release is one thing, but when you can only buy certain films in a set with other films that you already have, that kind of sucks. Yes. Well, and that's kind of my point, is that has been the norm with a lot of Hammer stuff for a long time. But it is becoming less so now, as some of the boutique labels and Hammer themselves have started doing individual releases of a lot of those more obscure films. So it's a good time to be collecting Hammer because you have a lot of options and a lot of high quality options. So yeah, even the ones that Mill Creek did are sort of the ones that typically made their ways onto public domain sets. And so Indicator picked up all the same films and did much higher quality re-releases of them. And didn't stop there. They actually released a few more than were in that set. So, and that's been a project that they've been doing for a few years now. So it's nice to finally have the upgrades. I don't know why I'm so gassy tonight. Must be the pizza. I blame the pizza. Lovely. Oh, God. Just like hanging in the air. Anyway. Yeah. So I think we're pretty much ready to go. Let me just take a quick peek here and see what these ones are. Oh, yeah. I'm going to rearrange these a little bit here. This is not a new one. I brought this out to tie into one of the others. So, yeah. There we go. So that way we start with some of the upgrades and some of the singles and work our way down into the first of the box sets, and then that will lead us into the next part, essentially. So. Fart food, yes. No, just pizza. Hey, Junkler, how's it going? Good to see ya. I was thinking about you earlier today because we haven't seen you for a few days. I was about to message you and say, hey, dude, what's going on? Fairly short time no see. Let's just say a lot of things happened. I got a bad case of the heart issues I mentioned a while back. Oh, no. We're catching up. I guess I had a torn muscle and I took too many edibles. All got to me. Couldn't breathe. My chest was hurting profusely. My head was on fire. Eyes bugging. Just so much was happening, or bad. Well, yeah, I mean, all things in moderation, right? So, yeah, I found that when I go hard with the edibles, it sometimes makes the heart race and such, but it calms down after a while. But sometimes I just gotta go lay down for a bit and let the system calm down again. But yeah. So, yeah, stop hurting yourself and drink water. Drink lots of water. It's good for you. I made it through it. I was horrified. Hey, Vermin!
Vermin Art just resubscribed for 54 months. Cha pow.
I'm sure it was a lovely message, whatever it was. Do I get a yearly physical? No, I haven't been to the doctor in like 20 fucking years. Other than for the occasional, ailment or whatever. But I made it through, was horrified, got some new meds, I'm assuming, to help with the scraped bone and torn muscles and blood pressure meds, so hopefully I fixed it, just in time for the Fan Expo next week, yeah. If it's, yeah, I mean, I take a few things in my daily vitamin regimen that are sort of to do with blood pressure and cholesterol and, stuff like that. Just to try to keep all that stuff managed well before it becomes a problem, so. Yeah. And I mean, the other main thing is just to try to be somewhat active, just move around. Don't just sit on my ass in front of the computer all day. So, and that's one reason why I get up and have breaks every, hour or two when we do the streams, is to keep moving. Gotta keep moving. So, I was thinking of getting one of those treadmills and then, go on it while I watch movies or something. I thought that would be a good idea. Get some proper exercise in. I know Funk Monk's been doing that. He seems to like it, so. What is it? Lasinopril and a statin? I can't tell. I have no idea what those are. I take vitamin K2 and, a baby aspirin. And that takes care of the blood pressure and also helps, the vitamin K2 also helps with the circulation just generally. Helps the body to reabsorb calcium deposits from the arteries so they don't get all gunked up. Also take the old B vitamins, B6 and B12, both great for processing fats into energy, and also help with mental acuity. And omega-3, just generally a super vitamin, great stuff. And potassium also helps with cholesterol, so yeah. Blood pressure and cholesterol. I don't know. Anyway, we also started up the screenings again today on the old Discord. We were doing a marathon week of watching all 37 episodes of Death Note, the classic early 2000s anime based on the manga of the same name. A number of people stopped by who've never seen it before, and I'm pretty sure the story already has them hooked. And it's the second time I've watched the anime. I originally watched it in Japanese with the English subtitles. We're watching the English dub this time around, which is actually quite good. They got a very good English cast for it. Very well done. But and earlier this week I actually watched the first two live-action movies. Not the Netflix one, the Japanese ones, the good ones. And they're actually really good. Very good adaptations. They only kind of adapt like half the story and then give it an ending, but they worked everything around and made some changes that I felt worked really well. So it all makes sense, like as its own sort of standalone version of the story. So yeah, good stuff. So there's two more movies that they did. One is based on a novel that was kind of a spin-off, and the other was like a special sort of 10th anniversary movie they did, reuniting a lot of the cast and stuff, and sounds like a fun one. So sadly, the third movie is the only one that hasn't been released on Blu-ray over here. And the only version online I was able to find was the English dub. Now, I don't mind English dubs for anime, because it's cartoons, and anime doesn't really put too much emphasis on like perfect lip sync anyway. It's mostly just lip flapping for the characters talking. So it translates very comfortably into basically any language. Live action, however, I kind of insist on watching it in the original language. The exception being if it's a cheesy like kung fu movie or an old Godzilla movie. In those cases, I'll watch the English dub sometimes if I just want that particular vibe. But and that's that. I should probably take a short break, and then we'll fire up the camera. We got everything set up. We're good to go. I realized when I set up the camera a few minutes ago, one of the big stacks, you guys can see it, but I don't want the camera, like the main camera, to see it. You can see it plain as day on this side of the screen. I'm like, well, that's not going to work. So I just kind of moved everything over. So I have a smaller stack in the front here, which will be what we start with. So yeah, I like a little cheese with my martial arts flicks as well. Yeah, I mean, it depends what they are, right? I mean, sometimes you want to get the pure experience or what have you, but sometimes it's fun to watch the goofy English dub. So, all right, I will be back shortly. Don't touch that dial.
What does the chicken say? God, it's just nothing. Like, is that it? Do I just have to do everything myself? Like, seriously. Anybody can do clips. Anybody. Just you just click the little clapper board and you can make a clip anytime. I'm sure we'll be fine. I don't believe anyone would shoot us.
Sure. I don't care if it fell over. I don't care. Look.
What color am I? Hmm. I guess I'll be... Hmm. Another one of these accounts that was created like 2 days ago. Really wish these trolls would stop quacking at me. Anyway, I'm gonna go for a short break. I'll be back. Enjoy. Some clips, that is. Okay, cool. Well, I'll go through these a little bit. Anyway, I should go. So I'm gonna go. I'm going now. Don't cry for me, Argentina. What are you crinkling?
My mouth is full. Give me a second.
It is full of whatever came from whence the crinkling. It sounded like a fart. Did someone just fart? Oh, it was the trumpet. Latin said was Jesus fuck. So I'm just going to take that as his blanket response to everything I've been saying until he says something else. So just imagine Kurlatin exclaiming, Jesus fuck, after everything I just said for like the past 10 minutes. Having pasta and cheese. Jesus fuck. Cheese was on sale. It was like half price for the good stuff. Jesus fuck. What is this delicious sauce? Oh, wait a minute. I know that flavor. Ketchup. Jesus fuck. Always different shit happening. Yes. Such is life. You finish dealing with one type of shit, and then another type of shit comes along that you have to deal with. Sometimes the various types of shit overlap, and you just have to juggle two types of shit at once, trying to deal with all of this shit. It's just a bunch of bullshit. They hit each other. So they're fighting each other. He's even looking like, do you believe this shit? It's like, dude, the guy's right here. There we go. Okay, hold on. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Bit of a suntan from it. It's 2,800 lumens, by the way. That's a lot of lumens.
It's like he was screaming from the fuck. Are you fucking serious?
Come on, we're leaving now.
Oh my god, what a cunt of an ad. As all the tears are beginning to well up, we're all like, oh wow, so powerful, so beautiful. Special deal right now at Walmart. Get your fat ass down there, motherfucker. Stop. You're spitting poop water at me. Oh my god.
I'm gonna get 2 of these.
Why am I small? I don't know why I became small. Oh,
You
is
just face planted out of the door.
it? I don't know what. It's the
Maybe. You can go right up to the camera and do the sound.
Make your browser.
You didn't even mean to play anything like that, man. Fuck off. Fuck off. Everything's fucked off. Oh my god.
Sounds so wrong.
How do I make it stop? It just keeps playing. Hold on a second. Let me get back there. I saw that.
I like the Gyro Blaster.
Bam! Point blank.
Freak.
Oh my god. Alright, sit down, Salem.
Okay.
Salem, you are
What
15
the hell is
pounds.
going on here?
What happened? The fuck?
Weird. Do you see that? Whittled down to something that the Game Boy can handle. You'll sometimes fight 2 enemies at once, but most of the time, just one. Any more than 2 characters on screen at the same time, and the Game Boy might explode.
We're being raided. Data Noi mouse block. That's how I read that.
Allegory and stuff. The Matrix isn't what it wants you to think it is. The Matrix is the control the media has over you. It's easier to break free than you think. They only want you to believe it's hard. It sounds like I just overemphasized to the point of farce. Originally. Everything else is said normal. You know, I watched that when it originally aired.
I'm gonna die. Stop.
Hey, folks, I think we have another Luke loses it clip.
It's just the fact that, like, whenever you talk about Twin Peaks, you just very simply say, I watched it when it originally aired, that's it.
It's just become this thing. Originally. Thankful. Okay, I've done that part.
Yes.
And what was the story that I so rudely
Oh my
interrupted?
Twice, yes. It's not a big deal. I was simply making a remark.
Oh.
That's the whole story.
Oh. What was the remark? But it's not having any effect. Shit. No. Oh, no. Oh, it is.
Well then. No comments on the strange sounds during the break. And Shalom. No Intel gave great extra result. It's quite a mouthful of a name. Did I bump the thing? I think I bumped the thing. I bumped the thing. Ah, shame on me for bumping the thing. There we go. That's a little better. So, shall we begin? And yes, Jonkler, that was quite the clip. And nobody clipped it. Like, nobody. Like, the most epic calamity we've had in months. There was like 20 people watching, and not a single person just thought to clip. Just hit the button. Doesn't have to be perfect. It just, you know, I can fix it later. So anyway, I went through the stream the next day and grabbed the clips. There is a 4K version on YouTube as well of the disaster. I don't know, did that one even show in the clip rotation there? I don't even know. It should, like it's a recent one, but I don't know. Anyway, maybe you guys just thought the weird sounds were part of the Halloween horror tape. Complete with, actually the one we're listening to currently is from a CD, but complete with Rosie giggling. Alright, well, shall we get to some horror updates on this horror update? Yes, I think that's a good idea. Let's do that before I pass out. It's been a long day of nothing so far. Well, not nothing. We watched Death Note earlier, which was awesome. We've been, we started doing screenings on the Discord again. We've been watching, started watching the anime of Death Note, the classic. Seemed a little off center. Anyway. What's going on? Cats are all full of beans tonight. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 31 of the biggest horror update ever. Today, we start with the first of 3 parts, detailing my latest acquisitions for the Hammer Horror Collection. Yes, you've all been waiting. Did you get any new Hammer stuff? Oh, I got some new Hammer stuff. So let's check out the first of it today on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Creaky door in the background. And I'm just going to get some water to go with my coffee. Domino's had a really good deal on pizza this week, so we got a few, which basically means we'll be living on pizza for the next few days. But as almost always happens, it's like pizza's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, you're like, pizza, delicious. And it's lovely while you're eating it. And then the indigestion hits. It's like my gut's just on fire. Applause. Oh, thank you. Applesauce. Hey now. I'm sure nobody gets that reference. Anyway. Nom nom nom. So anyway, yes, nobody made a clip of the horrendous tumble. So I did it my own darn self. That's a good spot. One of the lights is right on the focal point. I do have a marker on the table here that is invisible to the camera. I don't think you guys can even see it. I can barely see it, actually, which is why it's good there's a light right on the edge where it needs to be. Okay. Okay, we all calm now, kitties? You relax now? Kitties? Nice and relaxed? Kitty, kitties? Kitty, kitties? I'm fine. Alright. Oh. There. Easier to see the covers when it's not bathed in blue light. Alrighty, so next up we dive into the Hammer Horror Collection. So yeah, this is going to be 3 parts because I got quite a lot of new additions for the Hammer Collection. Yeah, more or less divided by boutique label. Oh my god. Cats, are you chill now? Actually, one thing I can do, I can put our other little effects light on. It's just a little something. Barely even see it, but hey, that's okay. It's very subtle. Alrighty, so next up we... Oh, fuck. Alrighty, so next up, a section I'm sure a lot of you have been waiting with bated breath for us to get to. Namely, the Hammer Horror Collection. Yeah. So, this is part of what kicked off my big binge with Gothic horror, of course, as I wanted to get up to date on the Hammer stuff. And there was quite a few titles from quite a few labels that I'd had my eye on for a long time, but just hadn't got around picking up yet. Well, we're all caught up, mostly. There's a few more that have come out since I got all of these that I need to get caught up, but just a handful compared to the amount that I was behind. And there's also been a lot of new releases that have come out over the course of that as well, and we're going to cover all of them. So first off, I figured we'd start with the latest additions to the various collections that I've been collecting over the years, such as the Scream Factory stuff and some of the other sort of related titles. So this first section is going to be a variety of boutique labels and a variety of titles from those labels. Some are fills that I just, hadn't got around to forever and finally got. So let's start with one that is actually a pretty significant upgrade to one that I got a while ago. Now, the North American release of this particular title came out from Warner Archive, and I remember when I got that one and showed it in an update, a lot of people were commenting in the comments about how it wasn't the best edition, and I should get the UK edition because it's better. It's a more recent transfer, and it's less censored. It has like a lot of these censored footage restored, and better extras and stuff like that. But at the time, I wasn't region free yet, so it just wasn't an option. It was region B locked and everything. So now that's not a problem. Now I can buy stuff from anywhere in the world, and no problem. So what is it? Dracula from 1958. Yes, the start of Hammer's epic Dracula cycle, starring the always incredible Christopher Lee as the Count himself. And look at how much stuff is on this edition. Absolutely blows away the old Warner Archive edition. So the Warner Archive one had, I believe, I think it was the 2007 restoration, yeah. So this has the 2007 restoration and the 2012 restoration. My understanding is they found a Japanese print of the film that had a bunch of the stuff that was censored in the UK and US releases. This was, of course, known as Horror of Dracula in the US and North American releases. But, yeah, so everybody was telling me that this was the one to get, so I got it. So what do we got on here? We got, so the 2007 and 2012 restorations, both in 1.66:1, the original UK aspect ratio. New audio commentary with Marcus Hearn and Jonathan Rigby. Special features. Then there's a DVD, PAL format, I assume, with all the same stuff. And then more special features on a second DVD. You got Dracula Reborn, a new documentary about the film's creation and history, featuring Jimmy Sangster, Mark Gatiss, Jonathan Rigby, Kim Newman, and Janina Fey. Resurrecting Dracula, new documentary about the film's restoration, including the integration of the lost footage. So there you go, all about that. Censoring Dracula, a new documentary on the original cuts to the film ordered by the British Board of Film Censors. The Demon Lover, Christopher Frayling on Dracula. All 4 surviving Japanese reels 6 through 9, unrestored. And that contained most of the footage that had been censored. So that's where they were able to recover those sequences from. The World of Hammer, Dracula and the Undead. Janina Fey reads Stoker at the Vault Festival. A stills gallery of over 100 fully restored and rare images. A booklet by Hammer archivist Robert J.E. Simpson in PDF format and only on the DVD. And the original shooting script in PDF format only on the DVD. I know they call it a booklet, yet they don't have it in physical form, I guess. But anyway, very cool. Definitely the ultimate edition. A little disappointing that the unrestored reels from the Japanese print are only on the DVD. But hey, something is better than nothing, right? It would be an interesting curiosity to see those. So yeah, definitely a worthwhile upgrade for arguably one of the most important Hammer horror films of all time. So next up, carrying on with the Scream Factory re-releases of the movies that were in that old 8-film set that Universal put out, we have Paranoiac. Yes, with the slipcover. I managed to get the slipcover with this one. Very nice. I was kind of late in getting these ones, so I was pleased whenever they showed up with the slipcover. So, as we have Oliver Reed in this one. So nothing, since you probably don't know what this one's about, I'll read the back to you. Nothing is quite what it seems in this riveting, complex tale of greed, dementia, and deceit from Hammer Films, the experts in terror. Rescued from a suicide attempt by a man claiming to be her long-dead brother, a young heiress, Jeanette Scott from The Day of the Triffids. That's a movie that really needs a Blu-ray release. We got a Blu-ray of the 1981 miniseries, but the 1963 movie, which also has Carol Ann Ford, who went on to be in something else in 1963 you may have heard of, a little show called Doctor Who. Yeah, pretty cool. But yeah, for some reason the movie just has not got much attention. Anyway, finds a new reason to live, but her relatives have doubts. They think Tony, Alexander Davion, is an imposter who's trying to get his hands on the family fortune. It's an old inheritance tale. Everyone has their own secret reasons to suspect Tony, as well as their own designs on his vast inheritance, especially brother Simon, Oliver Reed from The Curse of the Werewolf and many other things, of course, a magnetic but devastatingly cruel wretch who will stop at nothing to thwart the supposed pretender. And there you go. So there's a new 2K scan from the Interpositive. You got a film commentary on here with film historian Bruce Hallenbeck, the making of Paranoiac, and a theatrical trailer. So there you go. Very nice. And I'm assuming, much like Scream Factory's other collector's editions, probably a reversible cover in there as well. We'll open that up at some point. Next up, we have, also known as Captain Clegg, I believe, we have Night Creatures. There you go. Look at that cover. That's pretty cool. I like that. And there we go. I think, is this Pirate Ghosts or something? Yeah, in the 18th century, a Navy captain, Patrick Allen, from When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth, and his sailors investigate the rampaging marsh phantoms terrorizing a coastal town. But their search is hindered by Reverend Dr. Bliss, horror legend Peter Cushing, and a horrifying curse. Directed by Peter Graham Scott, this chiller also stars Oliver Reed again, excellent, from The Curse of the Werewolf, Yvonne Romaine from Circus of Horrors, and Hammer Films regular Michael Ripper from Quatermass and The Pit, and many others. So this is a new 2022 2K scan from the Interpositive, and has an audio commentary, a new interview with the effects artist Brian Johnson, making of special, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So very cool. Very nice. So that's two more from that old Universal set, and I'm pretty sure this is the last one. And sadly, the only one I did not get the slipcover for. Which means it's actually the only one of the Scream Factory Hammer titles that had slipcovers for which I do not have the slipcover. Might need to track that down for completion's sake. Anyway, we have Nightmare. There you go. Very nice. Collector's edition. Is this one black and white? It doesn't say. I don't know. All the pictures are black and white. Anyway, as a child, Janet, Jenny Linden from Old Dracula, I have the Vinegar Syndrome release of that, witnessed an unbearable horror, her insane mother stabbing her father to death. Now a young woman, Janet suffers from recurring nightmares that have her convinced that she'll follow her mother to the asylum. Accompanied by her school teacher, Miss Lewis, Brenda Bruce from Peeping Tom, Janet retreats to the home of her guardian, David Knight from The Devil's Agent, who has hired the lovely Grace, Moira Redmond from A Shot in the Dark. That's getting a Kino Lorber release. They're doing all the Pink Panther movies. Love that movie. As a companion to help calm his troubled ward. But Janet's nightly terrors, magnified by the eerie, creaky old house, old dark house trope, excellent, bring all her fears chillingly to life. Are Janet's problems all in her head? Or is there a sinister force at work? Find out in Nightmare. Very cool. Next up, oh man, have I wanted to have this on Blu-ray for a long time. But again, no domestic release, had to wait until I was region free. I think the original release of this came out from Network, the now sadly defunct UK label. I originally, well, let me show you what it is first. So after Hammer went kind of out of business in the mid-70s, around 1976 or so, they disappeared for a while. But then they came back on TV with a pair of anthology horror shows. The first of which was the Hammer House of Horror. Yeah. So, when's this from? 1980. Yeah, so 4 years later, they came back with this, and then a couple years after, they did a second anthology series called the Hammer House of Mystery and Suspense, which sadly has not been released yet. I'm hoping that maybe Hammer themselves will put that out at some point. So, there you go. So this is all 13 episodes, and this is great. I love this series. I've actually watched most of them many times over, because back when I was living in Selkirk, Manitoba, those of you who watch my retro series will know some of those years, one of the local channels picked up a syndication package of these, which was 10 of the 13 episodes edited into 2-hour movies, and they showed them over the course of a week, like Monday through Friday, and I taped all of them. I taped all 5 of them, and absolutely loved them. I thought it was great. In fact, that may have been the first Hammer stuff I ever saw. So I was kind of going backwards, starting at the end and working my way back. But it was a terrific anthology horror series, and so many familiar faces in it. So let me give you an idea here. So this star-studded anthology from Hammer Films presents 13 unforgettable tales of spine-chilling terror, reimagining classic Hammer themes in a contemporary British setting and signaling a new direction for the legendary film studio. Under the aegis of producer Roy Skeggs, the series blends the supernatural with a very modern horror, from hauntings and demonic possessions to sinister incarcerations and cannibalism. There's also a legitimately terrifying story about doppelgangers in this. Seriously scary shit. A huge hit for ITV, Hammer House of Horror boasts a consistently high-caliber cast, including Peter Cushing, Diana Dors, Denholm Elliott, Brian Cox, and Cyan Phillips, just to name a few. There's a lot of familiar faces in this, especially if you're a fan of British television and British movies. Showcased in its original full-screen aspect ratio, the complete series appears here in stunning high-definition remasters made from the original film elements, and it also features a widescreen version of Guardian of the Abyss, one of the episodes. It features the original commercial break stings, includes raw takes from the opening montage in Rude Awakening. That's pretty cool that they actually have some of the original film trims from that. So that's pretty neat. Image gallery and PDF material. But yeah, what a great collection. So yeah, if you want just sort of some short, sweet bits of horror in the Hammer tradition, I highly recommend this. They make for a good, Fright Night Fridays viewing. Next up, not horror at all, but I'm a completionist. This is actually a comedy from Hammer. Yes, they did comedy as well from time to time. And this has been out on Blu-ray for a little while. I've never seen it, but wanted to pick it up for completion's sake. We have Bernard Bresslaw in The Ugly Duckling. And there you go. So, who put this one out? Oh, just Sony. This is actually just a studio release. Wow. I didn't know Sony had any Hammer stuff, but there you go. So, in a chemist's laboratory, young Henry, Bernard Bresslaw, a descendant of the notorious Dr. Jekyll. Okay, I completely forgot that. It's a comedy take on Dr. Jekyll, so we can actually put this in the horror stuff. Mixes up a potion which brings out a suave, gentlemanly Mr. Hyde personality. He commits a jewel robbery as Hyde, is later transformed into Jekyll again, and successfully rounds up a gang of thieves. Alright, cool. He's a changed man after taking Jekyll's old family remedy. So that actually sounds kind of fun. I have seen some of Hammer's other comedy stuff. Like they did speaking of the Old Dark House, they actually did a comedy take on the Old Dark House in the early 60s. And it's freaking hilarious, honestly. Especially if you're familiar with the original. It basically comes off like just a straight up parody of the original. So it's kind of billed as a remake, like a comedy remake, but I see it as more of a parody of the original and the various tropes therein. Very funny. I love the Old Dark House. Next up, another one that, in this case, Scream Factory put out Blu-ray of it, and again, my comment section lit up saying, dude, that's not the uncut version. I'm like, well, shit. Unfortunately, it was one of the last movies of this particular cycle of films to get a Blu-ray release, and at the time I was just happy we got anything because the old DVD had been out of print for ages and it seemed really up in the air if we were going to get it at all. So we did finally get a Blu-ray of it from Scream Factory, and I picked it up, for completion's sake to complete that film cycle. But always on the lookout for a better edition. There was another Blu-ray edition that had come out a few years earlier, around the same time as that Dracula edition, but it's out of print now, and it was, I can't remember if it was prohibitively expensive, or if I just did a comparison of the special features and found that this version from 88 Films was better. We have Frankenstein and the Monster from Hell. Yeah. In this beautiful hardbox edition from 88 Films. Look at that. Fantastic. Now, here's the kicker. So, I compared the running times on this, and they're the same. So, I don't know. I'm assuming this is the uncut version. Let's see. So this is the last of the Frankenstein films, so obviously a significant chapter. So we have the main feature. This is what it says about the versions on here. It says main feature presented in the original UK theatrical aspect ratio of 1.66 to 1 and alternative full frame 1.35 to 1, so uncropped, which is cool. Audio commentary, archive audio commentary, music, just a whole bunch of extras, really cool. And is this Terence Fisher? Yeah, this one's directed by Terence Fisher. And has a softcover book with it and stuff like that. So this is from 1973. It says strong gore and horror. Sweet. So Hammer and... Sorry, it's not 88 Films. It's Second Sight. My bad. Second Sight. So yeah, all right. Second Sight, I think we can be trusted to make sure that they had the, had the uncut version. So there you go. I'm going to redo that a little bit here. So, in fact, I'm going to redo that whole segment because that was just completely fucked up. This beautiful edition from Second Sight. Yeah, look at this. Gorgeous hardbox edition of... Oh, fuck. Take 3. This gorgeous box set edition from Second Sight of Frankenstein and the Monster from Hell. Yeah, very nice. Look at that. Now, here's the thing. I compared the running times of this, thinking, okay, well, we'll just compare the running time and see if this is indeed the uncut version. And as I recall, the running times are the same, so I don't know. But I mean, Second Sight's a pretty solid boutique label. I think we can definitely be, rest assured that they would have got the most complete edition. Plus, it actually has the movie in 2 aspect ratios. It's got the 1.66 to 1 and full frame uncropped 1.37 to 1, which is pretty cool. And it's got some audio commentaries and featurettes, and even has like a booklet and stuff. So yeah, I mean, this is a very nicely loaded edition, so I certainly couldn't pass that up as an upgrade. It doesn't say anything about being a new transfer. It doesn't specify that it's the uncut version, but I'm pretty sure it is. I think we're okay there. If it turns out that it isn't, I can always track down that older Blu-ray release if need be. And last, but most certainly not least, for part 1 of this special Hammer trilogy of updates, we have this beautiful box set from Vinegar Syndrome, one of the few Hammer titles they've released. We have The Man Who Could Cheat Death. Yeah, so, by the way, these box sets will get individual closer looks at some point, because I like to do those for the box sets, because they're kind of special. So, very nice. And this is one that looks like it opens up sideways, and then we get into the contents there. And, well, I guess we can't see what the contents are when we have it all sealed up. So, who knows? I'm sure it's loaded with Vinegar Syndrome's customary stack of extras and is the absolute most pristine transfer known to man. Does it say? It doesn't even say if this is like a Blu-ray or a 4K. And I don't remember. Don't remember. So, well, it'll be a surprise to me as well as you guys. So there you go. The first wave of the Hammer updates. This is by far the smallest stack. Stay tuned for part 2, in which, well, there's a lot more. Specifically from Indicator Films. You don't want to miss this one. Just do our thumbnail. I don't know why I thought that one was 88 Films for some reason. I just, I don't know. Brain fart. It happens. Okay, hold on a sec. Hercule Derkley. So, set these ones aside. Put these ones over with the box sets. Burf. Did I pause? Yes, I paused. Awful quiet up there. Chat got real quiet. Oh. This one probably won't take as long, even though there's a billion titles, because it's Indicator. And Indicator, of course, doesn't really put much in the way of descriptions on the back. They just list the extras and stuff, so. We can talk about that a little bit, like what the transfers are and stuff. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 32 of the biggest horror update ever. So today we continue our journey through the latest additions to my Hammer Horror collection. Yeah, got quite a big stack of them this time around, all of which are from Indicator Films. Yeah, they've been going like gangbusters with Hammer stuff for a few years now, and I thought it was high time I got caught up on them. So let's check out what I got. Motherfuckers. So let's see what we got. So let's see what we got. Hammer Horror from Indicator Films. Today, on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Really? No comments about the Hammer stuff, eh? I'm kind of shocked. Alrighty, so many of you who have been following... Okay, so carrying on with the Hammer... with the Hammer Flenball collection. Alrighty, so carrying on with the Hammer Horror collection. A while back, some of you who have been following my updates for a few years now might remember this set. Hey, at least we weren't that far into it. Alrighty, so continuing on with the new additions to the Hammer Horror collection. A few years back, some of my longer time viewers, not longer timer ago were viewers. Alrighty, so continuing on with the new additions to the Hammer Horror collection. Those of you Alrighty, so carrying on with the Hammer... What am I even trying to say? Right. Alrighty, so carrying on with the latest additions to the old Hammer Horror collection. Those of you who have been following my Hammer updates for a while might remember this set. the Hammer Films collection from Mill Creek, which contains 20 films. You know, nice, quick and easy way to get a whole stack of Hammer films in a nice, compact, shelf-friendly set. Now, I remember I had a little trouble getting this originally. It was, I gather, not available in Canada, so I had to import it. And then there was also a problem where the booklet was not included, so I actually had to contact Mill Creek and have them send me the booklet. So it took a while, but in the end, I did end up getting the complete collection. And, you know, it's not a bad little set. It's got quite a nice selection of movies on it. What do we got on here? We got The Revenge of Frankenstein, The Curse of the Mummy's Tomb. Do that. We got The Revenge of Frankenstein, The Curse of the Mummy's Tomb, These Are the Damned, The Two Faces of Dr. Jekyll, The Old Dark House, which I mentioned in the previous part. That's the comedy one I was talking about. The Gorgon, Cash on Demand, which is hugely underrated, by the way. I absolutely love that one. The Snorkel, Maniac, Die Die My Darling, Stop Me Before I Kill, Never Take Candy from a Stranger, Scream of Fear, The Stranglers of Bombay, The Terror of the Tongs, The Pirates of Blood River, Sword of Sherwood Forest, The Camp on Blood Island, Yesterday's Enemy, which is written by Peter Newman, who actually wrote the Censorites for Doctor Who. Fun little bit of trivia for you. It's one of the few other things that he wrote. Oh, and I see it also co-stars Leo McKern from The Prisoner. Great stuff. And finally, Creatures the World Forgot. And then bonus features, we got some Hammer film featurettes and retrospectives, feature-length audio commentaries on some of the films, and the 12-page movie and feature guide booklet. So, pretty cool. Not bad little set. But, you know, being Mill Creek, they're not the greatest quality, but I remember them being okay. They were perfectly acceptable at the time. And most of those films were films that prior to that had mainly appeared in like public domain collections, like shovelware collections and such, in garbage quality most of the time. So it was really nice to finally have them on Blu-ray, and a lot of them were actually from new transfers and stuff too. So, you know, not too bad. Well, no sooner did that come out than Indicator Films said, oh, hold our beer, and got the rights to all the same 20 films and put out their own editions, which, I'm happy to report, I finally upgraded to. So let's see what we got. So first up we have, bless you. So I'm going to set this over here so we can kind of compare as we go and see which ones were in this set and which ones weren't. Yeah, just for the heck of it. So, first up we have Christopher Lee getting his best pirate action on with the Pirates of Blood River. Yeah, there we go. And these being indicator titles, we don't really have descriptions of any of them. So this, even though there's a lot of titles, this will probably be about the same length as the previous part, I'm guessing. So, but quite a lot of extras on here. And one thing we can go through is if there's any significance, like in terms of alternate cuts or like new transfers or anything like that. So this one just says high definition remaster, and yes, this one was indeed on the Mill Creek set, and no real major differences there. It's the same cut, same title, same everything, just way more extras. So much stuff on here. Yeah, and I mean that alone, if you're at all interested in the history of Hammer, that alone is a reason to get the indicator sets. So this is just the standard edition, which is some of these are region B locked, but most of them are region free. So they originally released all of these Hammer titles in collections, like box sets of like 4 or 5 movies. Those were region B locked, I know, and are all long out of print now. So I just got the standard editions. I wasn't too concerned about the packaging and stuff. I really just wanted the better transfers of the movie and the extras, of course. Next up, we have, I don't think this one is, this one is not on this set. So this is one of their adventure films that, you know, it's kind of rare to see these. These don't get released very often. We have The Brigand of Kandahar. Yeah. Ride to Adventure. Young and old will thrill to the thought of a ride to adventure with the Brigand of Kandahar. And there you go. And another one with Oliver Reed, actually. He seems to be in quite a lot of Hammer's films. So, again, just says high definition remaster, nothing specific. And, yeah, so this one is from 1965. Might as well give you the years while we're going. Pirates one, Pirates of Blood River is from 1962. So, there we go. Next up, we have... Is this a pirate one? No, it's not a pirate one. It's like a historical adventure, I think. We have The Scarlet Blade. Yes. With Oliver Reed again. Definitely going to be exploring the filmography of Oliver Reed here, which, you know, I'm quite all right with. I think the first thing I ever saw Oliver Reed in, funny enough, was Condor Man. There's a deep cut from the 80s. Literally just rewatched that recently for the first time in ages. So again, this just says a high definition remaster, but it does have two presentations of the film. We have the Scarlet Blade with the original UK title sequence, and the Crimson Blade with the alternative US titles. And there you go. So that's pretty cool. Was that one? That one wasn't on here, I don't think. No. But I do notice that the Mill Creek set is all the American titles. There's none of the British titles on there. So next up, hey, this looks familiar. We have Captain Clegg. So this was one of the ones that Scream Factory re-released. And it was originally put out on the Universal Horror, or not the Universal set of Hammer horror films that came out a while back. Had 8 movies in it, and this was one of them. So this is quite a nice addition. Again, 2 presentations of the film. We got Captain Clegg with the original UK title sequence and Night Creatures with the alternative US titles. Otherwise, they're the same movie, and that's not uncommon. A lot of these movies were retitled sort of regionally, and you see that with a lot of movies from the 60s and 70s, especially with like the drive-ins and stuff like that. They wanted things that had titles that were culturally appealing to wherever the films were being released. So you'll notice a lot of movies from that era would have multiple titles. Next up, we have... I didn't put these in any order, by the way. They're just kind of in the order that they came in. Another adventure film, we have Visa to Canton. It's funny, I said the Indicator re-released all the Mill Creek ones, and so far we've only seen one from that Mill Creek set. I swear there's more. They're coming. But since re-releasing all of those in Superior Editions, Indicator has since got licenses to a bunch of other Hammer films as well. And cool stuff like this, which honestly we have not seen get very wide releases, certainly not over here. So very cool to finally be able to get some more stuff from Hammer's catalogs. This was from 1960, high definition remaster. Again, 2 presentations of the film. The UK version, Visa to Canton, and the US version, Passport to China. So there you go. Beautiful. One was Captain Clegg. It was 1962. Scarlet Blade was 1963. And Brigand of Kandahar was 1965. Okay, so there we go. So not a bad start. Not a lot of horror so far, but I mean, Hammer did a lot more than just horror. They're mainly known for their horror, obviously, but they had quite a lot, quite a you know, varied filmography. The aforementioned The Old Dark House. Yes. I actually really enjoyed this, even though it's strange to see this story done as a comedy. I thought this was a lot of fun, and it's genuinely funny. And oh my god, the tagline on here: "The murder mystery with a difference. You die laughing." So cheesy, but fans of Newhart take note. Tom Poston stars in this, who you might remember as the who the heck was he? He was like the handyman guy. Very sort of dry humor. He was kind of like the lovable dummy character. Anyway, he's the main character in this. You know, strapping young Tom Poston, very 20 years before Newhart, and yeah, he did a lot of comedy apparently, and this is one of them. So, Yeah, just a great send-up of sort of the standard tropes of the genre, which, of course, by this point have become quite well established. The original Old Dark House with Boris Karloff and everybody, the James Whale film was, 1932, I think, so just a year after Frankenstein. Yeah, this is like 31 years later. Those tropes have been very well established by this point, and this is basically just a big send-up of them. So we have... we actually have several see, this is an example of why I wanted to upgrade to the indicator one. So this movie is on the Mill Creek set, but it's just the US version. And specifically, it says it's the black and white version. I could have sworn it was the color version. Anyway, I swear I watched the color version. But if I didn't watch it here, where the hell did I watch it? Because I haven't opened this yet. Maybe I did watch the black and white version. I don't know. I honestly don't remember. It's been a while since I watched it. But I just remember really enjoying it. So anyway, this one has two versions, again, of the film, but a little more significant than just the title sequences. They both have the same titles, but the black and white U.S. theatrical version from 1963, which is 87 minutes, and then the cut-down A certificate UK version from 1966, which is 84 minutes, and a third version, the complete uncut color version, which is 87 minutes. So, wow. So I guess I probably haven't seen that version, actually, because as far as I know, this is the only place where it's been released. So, cool. Like, several reasons to get this. Oh my god, and I completely forgot. You know who directed this? William Castle. Yeah, the gimmick filmmaker extraordinaire. I completely forgot that. Man, I'm gonna have to rewatch this. Like, I remember really enjoying it, so... And you can't go wrong with some William Castle. Next up, this is one that was on the Mill Creek set. We have The Damned. Yeah. Isn't this like a motorcycle? Yeah, this is a motorcycle gang movie. See what I mean? Like, Hammer did all kinds of stuff. In the 60s and 70s, motorcycle movies were all the rage. I know Al Adamson did a whole ton of them, many of which starred Russ Tamblyn of Twin Peaks and West Side Story fame. Yeah, he played Dr. Jacoby in Twin Peaks, and then, but his previous claim to fame was as the leader of many a biker gang in many an Al Adamson film. So, oh, hey, this one has Oliver Reed in it again. Excellent. So, what do we got on this one? So, 2K restoration, alternate. Yeah, so here we have two versions, both the complete 96 version with either the UK title of The Damned or the US title of These Are the Damned. Or no, is it the other way around? I think it was... Yeah, no, the US one is These Are the Damned, and the UK is just The Damned. And there you go. Damn. Says it's rated X, but rated X circa 1962, which is basically like PG nowadays. Anyway. Next up, we have... in the US, it was Scream of Fear, and it's on the Mill Creek set. And here we have Taste of Fear in its original UK version. And there you go. It says, under no circumstances may we give away any of the startling secrets of this great screen thriller. 1961. They are so, like, ripping a page out of Hitchcock's guidebook there with, under no circumstances will anyone be let in the theater after the film begins. And do not give away the shock ending with Psycho, which I guess would have been the year before. Yeah. Starring Christopher Lee. No Oliver Reed in this one? Oh, what a shame. But it is written by Jimmy Sangster. You always know you're in for a treat with Jimmy Sangster. He wrote some of the best of the Hammer scripts. So we got both Taste of Fear with the rarely seen original UK title sequence and Scream of Fear with the alternative US titles, and just loads of extras, as always. It would take too long to go through all the extras, honestly. Next up, another one. This is another one that's on the Mill Creek set. We have The Two Faces of Dr. Jekyll. There you go. He committed every crime in the book, Yes, I'm actually just starting to explore the various versions of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I have a bunch of them, but I have not seen all of them before, so definitely looking forward to diving in. This is another Terence Fisher one as well, so you know you're in for a treat. He was definitely one of the top directors at Hammer. So this one, yeah, looks like basically just one version of it, but loads and loads of extras. So this is from 1959, so just as Hammer was starting to get heavy into the horror. Next up, we have The Revenge of Frankenstein, which I think this is the second one, right? Yeah, this is the second Frankenstein movie, following on from Curse of Frankenstein the year before. So there you go. And I'll just give you a look at the back there. And what have we got in here? Anything special on this one? New 4K restoration. Yeah, so I think this is actually a restoration that was done after the Mill Creek one. I don't think that's the same restoration that's on here. So another reason to upgrade is some of these are new restorations. And yeah, it looks like... Oh, wow, they have the... Burf. See, now here's an example of why... yeah. See, now here's another example of why to get these indicator releases. In the extras, they have an outtakes reel, 12 minutes of outtakes. Unfortunately, mute. I guess they didn't have the audio, but it contains a whole bunch of rare, unseen, on-set footage. Like, how cool is that? And it also has the Super 8 version, because those of you who you know, are familiar with home media history may recall back in the day, before home video, a lot of people had Super 8 film projectors for home movies and such, and a lot of movies were offered in cut-down versions on Super 8 film. There would usually be like a highlight reel of just kind of the best bits from the movie, or sometimes you get like full-blown abridged versions that would be like, you know, 30 minutes long or something, or 20 minutes long. And yeah, I've noticed a lot of boutique label releases have started to include those Super 8 versions as an extra, which is a really cool extra to have, because that's a not insignificant part, but almost forgotten part for a lot of people of home video, or home media rather, history. And for a good number of years, that was the only way you could own a movie, short of having an actual theatrical print or something. So pretty cool to have those included. And I haven't been like deeply skimming the extras, but I'm pretty sure a lot of the other releases have those as well. It's pretty cool. Next up, we have The Terror of the Tongs. Very politically incorrect, but hey, it's a part of history, right? We watch it with the correct context. And this is yeah, Christopher Lee, and this one was also on the Mill Creek set. Yeah, Christopher Lee going all Fu Manchu again. So this is, yeah, I don't know that this, yeah, it doesn't have any alternate cuts or anything like that. But, yeah, so anyway, from 1961, Terror of the Tongs. And next up, yeah, stupid things. And then we have another very politically incorrect entry, with The Stranglers of Bombay. And there you go. Murder. Their religion. Wow. Wow. Anyway, Terence Fisher, so you know at the very least it's going to be pretty slickly directed. This one's from 1959. And it has 3 versions of the film. Very thorough. So we got the original UK and US theatrical cuts, and a newly compiled integral version incorporating all existing footage. So like an ultimate cut of Doom. It doesn't give you the comparative running times on those, but I'm guessing the integral version is fairly comprehensive and probably a little longer. So that's pretty cool to have. And next up we have, oh hey, yeah, written by yeah, Peter R. Newman, that's who it was. We have Yesterday's Enemy. It's basically, I think it's a World War II story. Yeah, World War II story. and written by the guy who wrote the Censorites for Doctor Who, from Doctor Who's first season. Very underrated story, I think. It's not perfect, but it definitely has some good tension in it. So, yeah, I still have to watch this one, actually. And I remember on the, I think it was the DVD for the Censorites, there was a big documentary about who was Peter R. Newman. Because he didn't write a lot of stuff. He, like, wrote a few things, wrote a few movies, and that one story for Doctor Who, but he was a bit of an enigma. So they did this documentary, just kind of trying to track down any information they could about him, find out about his life and stuff, and they found one of his surviving relatives and got a bunch of stories from her and all kinds of cool stuff. Really interesting. I love just obscure little stories like that about, you know, the old days of movies and television. So this one has two different versions. We've got the uncensored UK theatrical version and the US theatrical version with toned down dialogue. I wonder what that means. So like just incredibly racist dialogue in it or something. But anyway, yeah, very cool. Quite a lot of extras on this one too, like lots of featurettes and stuff. Yeah, very cool. But I just love what a wonderful variety of films are in this collection. Like Indicator really went all out for these. And then next up we have The Camp on Blood Island, another World War II story. It says the brutal truth behind the Japanese war crimes. I guess this takes place in like a detention camp of some kind. And it has Andre Morel in it. He was in one of the Quatermass films. Very cool. Directed by Val Guest. Yeah, very nice. Any alternate cuts or anything? It doesn't look like it. Yeah, no, very cool. So anyway, yeah, this one's from 1958 as well. Boy, they were busy that year. Holy moly. Just throwing everything out there to see what resonated with people. And well, we know it was the horror movies. Next up, oh no. I'll have to open this one up. Cash on Demand. Yeah, well, the one I mentioned earlier. Very underrated. This is such a wonderful, like, tense, very tightly focused, small-scale crime thriller suspenser with Peter Cushing in just an incredible performance, starting off as this, you know, very well together, you know, well put together, knows. Is a very, you know, has all his shit together bank manager, and then this guy comes in to essentially rob the bank by threatening to harm his family. And you see his character, like, he just, like, disintegrates over the course of this thing from the tension and everything. And it's an incredible performance. And this could work very well as a stage play, honestly. And I think... you know, because it mostly takes place in a singular location, just at this bank. And it's so tense and just so well done. And this has two cuts, actually. Which one did I see? Cash on Demand. Yeah, Cash on Demand. There's two versions. One's 67 minutes and one's 81 minutes. Does it say here? Yeah, so there's two presentations of the film. Oh, this is interesting. The original UK theatrical cut, which is 67 minutes, and the extended US version, which is 81 minutes. Huh. That's quite a significant extension. Like, what, 14 extra minutes? Wow. And that's rare also. Usually with these British films, it's the British one that's the definitive one. You know, it's not usually extended for the US. But maybe it was just in the US they were wanting to have slightly longer movies by that point. You know, keep people sitting in the drive-in a little longer. So, yeah, from 1961... Cash on Demand. Highly recommended. Love this movie. Next up, we have The Full Treatment. Yes, which there was... Yeah, there's two versions of this. The Full Treatment, which is 110 minutes, and the Complete Uncut UK, which is the completed uncut UK version, and Stop Me Before I Kill, which is 108 minutes, which is the censored US version. Was that one on here? That sounds really familiar. Yes, that one was on the Mill Creek set, and it is indeed the shorter version. So another reason to upgrade to get the actual uncut version. And an example of wildly different titles as well. Like, I mean, what is it? Scream of Fear and Taste of Fear is still basically the same, although one highlighting different senses, I guess. But here we have The Full Treatment or Stop Me Before I Kill, like two wildly different titles. So, you will experience the cold sweat of fear. You will feel the razor edge of suspense. You will live the love scenes that scorch and sear. You will be shaken by the shock ending. Cool. Oh, there's a censored scene. 4 minutes as the bathroom scene that revealed too much for U.S. censors. That's kind of funny, because, I mean, you hear all these stories about the UK being all about, you know, censoring the shit out of everything. And here it is, it was the U.S. getting cold feet. I don't know. Censorship is weird. Just let artists express themselves, you wusses. And here we have Never Take Sweets from a Stranger, which in the U.S. was Never Take Candy from a Stranger, because I guess they didn't know what sweets are. Anyway, a nightmare manhunt for a maniac prowler. Yeah. Is this like about... I mean, I'm assuming it's like about kidnapped kids or something. Who knows? Anyway, from 1960. And what do we got here? Yeah, so it does have the alternate Never Take Candy from a Stranger title sequence. Otherwise, no difference, apparently. And, yeah. Very nice. Never take sweets from a stranger. Good advice. Might be full of razor blades and crack. You never know. Okay, carrying on. Like I said, I got a lot. We hit 30 minutes. Look at that. Carrying on, we have The Snorkel, which was also in the Mill Creek collection. Which bathing beauty will be the next victim of the Snorkel Killer? Oh. If you saw this evil man, it would be the last face you ever saw. The most ingenious murder you'll ever see. They'll never see him coming. Well, except maybe for the snorkel sticking up. Set to Jaws music. Anyway, yeah, so it looks like nothing overly, notable about this. High definition transfer, no alternate versions, but tons and tons of extras, as you can see. There you go. From 1958, again, very busy year for Hammer. And this one was also on the Mill Creek set. Next up, we have Fanatic. Oh, the ultimate in stabbing suspense. The intimate in sheer shock. Sheer, like how it's spelled there, is like, you mean like pantyhose? I don't know. Sledgehammer suspense to shock you from your seat. But they're not like pulling any punches with that, with those taglines, eh? Let's just, which tagline should we use? Yes. Okay. This one's from 1965. Yes. Alternate title for this one was Die, Die, My Darling, which I think was on this set. Yes, it was. And other than the title sequence, it's the same, apparently. So, there you go. Die, Die, My Darling, also known as Fanatic. I mean, to be fair, Die, Die, My Darling is definitely a more lurid, kind of trashy drive-in title, so I can definitely understand that. Next up, getting back into Hammer's take on the classic monsters, we have The Curse of the Mummy's Tomb. Yes. I think this one, this one was also on the Mill Creek set. So in this case, it's nice to have an individual release of it, so I can actually put it in my Hammer Mummy Movies section, Previously, the only place I had it was in this set. Same with Revenge of Frankenstein. So now I can actually put them in with their respective film cycles. Even though in the the Frankenstein movies and the Dracula movies as well both had continuity to them. They were continuing stories. The Mummy movies, even though they did like 4 of them, were all unrelated, unconnected. So there you go. So this one, anything? Nope, just a bunch of extras, featurettes. Oh, wait a minute. No, we have the Super 8 version. There we go. So we got another one. We got the Super 8 version, the original cut down home cinema presentation. Doesn't give us a running time on that, but you know, they're typically between like 8 and 15 minutes. Those, yeah, pretty cool. I remember like Star Wars had a bunch of those, and you know, I think there was one for the Black Hole, like Disney's The Black Hole. There's one for Alien. There was one actually. I think it was on the Psycho. So we mentioned Psycho earlier. There's a Super 8 version of that as well. Anyway, getting distracted. I just find it really cool that those are being included whenever possible. I mean, they got to be super rare by this point in time. Next up, we have the Gorgon. Yes, Greek mythology meets Peter Cushing. The Gorgon petrifies the screen with horror. There you go. This is one of their earlier monster movies. They were kind of doing, not really, actually, 1964. So they'd already been doing them for a few years. Never mind. I thought it was earlier than it was. I'll just cut that part out. So once again, Hammer trying out some different monsters, having had success with, you know, Dracula, Frankenstein, and the first few Mummy movies and stuff. But alas, for whatever reason, even though this is, you know, quite highly regarded now, I guess at the time it wasn't successful enough to have more adventures with everyone's favorite, Gorgon. So, there you go. Although, to be fair, I'm sure a lot of them were just intended to be one-offs anyway. So, directed by Terence Fisher again. That would explain why it's so highly regarded. I find he rarely misses. And next up, we had Fanatic. Now we have Maniac. Yes, there you go. The Maniac stalks his wife, his daughter, their lover. Wait a minute, did the wife and daughter both have the same lover? That's kind of fucked up. Anyway, there you go. White Hot Terror and Cold Clammy Fear. Excellent. Written and produced by Jimmy Sangster again. Yeah. Directed by Michael Carreras. Very nice. So what do we got on this one? So, high definition remaster, making of, and that's pretty much it. Bunch of extras basically. So very cool. So Maniac was also here, I believe. Yeah, it was also on the Mill Creek set. So I think we've covered almost all of them. So next up, we have a limited edition. I actually got one of the limited editions from Indicator. Double feature of Robin Hood films. Bam! Look at that. So which ones do we have? We have Sword of Sherwood Forest and A Challenge for Robin Hood, which for the longest time I thought that was the only 2 Robin Hood films that they had done. I was wrong, but you'll have to tune into the next part to find out more about that. Meanwhile, so this has both of them, basically a keep case and a booklet, all in a nice hard box. And take a look at that. Just an ocean of extras. Very cool. Any alternate presentations or anything? Just kind of quickly skimming here. Limited edition of 5,000 copies. I almost missed this one. Number 4,838 of 5,000. So I got lucky. They actually, at the time of this recording, they just put out the standard editions of both of these films. But, what was it? Sword of Sherwood Forest is from 1960, and A Challenge for Robin Hood is from 1967. And what is it? Yeah, Sword of Sherwood Forest has Richard Green and Peter Cushing. Very nice. And then I guess it's Barry Ingham plays Robin Hood in the next one. Interesting. Cool. Anyway, I love Robin Hood. I grew up watching. I grew up watching Rocket Robin Hood quite a bit, the cartoon. So it tickled both my Robin Hood fancy and my sci-fi fancy. The only sort of sports activity I enjoyed in PE class back in high school was when we did archery for a while, which I was actually quite good at. And around the same time, I was watching on the local PBS station, they were showing Robin of Sherwood under its U.S. title of just Robin Hood. And, longtime viewers will know I love Robin of Sherwood. I picked up the Blu-rays a while back. And, great stuff. So I do enjoy some Robin Hood. And then, last but most certainly not least, from the Indicator stash, this is the last of the ones that were on the Mill Creek set. So this has actually covered 19 of the 20 films. Well, number 20, Creatures the World Forgot, which I think is one of the it's one of the Cave Woman movies. They did a whole bunch of Cave Girl movies, and I think there might still be a couple of them that we don't have. You know, the one I'm actually really waiting for is She with Ursula Andress. We got Vengeance of She from Scream Factory, which was the sequel that came out a few years later without Ursula Andress. But for whatever reason, the original remains in limbo, and it's just been unavailable for the longest time. I think there was like a Warner Archive DVD years ago, and even though those are manufactured on demand, I guess the license ran out and it's long out of print. So, here's hoping Hammer themselves puts it out, because I know they're digging deep into their catalog, and I mean, if anybody has the rights to their own movies, they gotta have them, right? I mean, who else would have them? Anyway, here's hoping we finally get She. Meanwhile, we got Creatures the World Forgot, limited edition of 6,000, and looks like I was pretty close on this one too. I got number 5,106 of 6,000. This one also just recently came out in a standard edition. So this is much like Indicator's other deluxe editions. Nice hard box. Same thing, it's got a keep case in there and a booklet. Very cool. And any significance, any 8mm versions, anything like that? Not too much actually, but there is a lot of I picked the right moment to pause. I'll just give that a second. This is actually an interesting extra. We have 3 Children's Film Foundation productions directed by Don Chaffee, who was the director of the film. We have Skid Kids from 1953, which is 49 minutes, a story about a group of young cyclists. A Good Pull-Up from 1953 also, which is 18 minutes, which features Dickie Duffel, played by Peter Butterworth, gets himself into trouble at a workers' cafe. And finally, we have Watch Out, also from 1953, 18 minutes. Further escapades of Dickie Duffel as he causes chaos in a film studio. Very cool. And there's audio commentaries on all 3 of them as well. Wow, what a neat extra. Cool. Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to enjoy going through all of that stuff. And I love these, like, sort of prehistoric times type movies. It's definitely a genre I want to dive more into. There's not a ton of movies in that genre. It's kind of an obscure subgenre, but the few there are fun. I did get Quest for Fire recently, which I would kind of put in the slightly more highbrow end of that genre. This would be a kind of a little bit more the lowbrow end. Not as lowbrow as it gets, though. I would say that would be more like the movie Caveman with Ringo Starr. That's one I'd love to get. There was like 5 million BC or something like that. I do have a few others, like When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth and stuff like that. So they have put out most of the Cave Girl movies. There's still a handful that still need to be re-released or released at all. But the big one really is She with Ursula Andress. So here's hoping that that finally gets a release in the foreseeable future. Whoo! That was a lot of Indicator. Very cool. So we got all 20 of the films from the Mill Creek set re-released, and a bunch of additional ones as well. So Indicator ain't playing around. They're very serious about bringing out all of these wonderful Hammer films, and in particular ones that a lot of the other studios just haven't even looked at. You know, so I'm amazed we got as many of like the adventure films and stuff that we have from them, because they've been just obscure and just borderline impossible to find for the longest time. So it's great to have Indicator not only putting out, you know, upgraded editions of the horror stuff, but also branching out into the more obscure side of Hammer's 50s through 70s library. Very cool indeed. Now that ends part 2 of our Hammer acquisitions. But we got a big one that I saved for part 3. Yeah, because as some of you may know, Hammer Films themselves, under the directorship of new owner John Gore, have actually become their own in-house boutique label. Well, who else is going to do justice to Hammer Films on physical media than Hammer Films themselves? Yes, well, let's take a look at what Hammer themselves have been putting out, and holy moly, it is freaking impressive. Let me tell you. Stay tuned. Let's put these on the shelf. I have a shelf I can slide these onto. All the Indicator titles alone take up pretty much a full shelf. It's crazy. Crazy, man. So quiet out there. Nobody said anything for like an hour and a half. In fact, literally nothing since my last break. Everybody died. Well, I guess the lack of sparkling conversation in the chat means I can focus more on the filming and get more done, so that's not entirely a bad thing, I guess. I just realized these last few sections were really celebrating the catalog of Indicator Films. Got quite a lot of stuff. So a couple segments from now will be even more Indicator stuff. They're quite a nice label, actually. One of the things I like about them is their stuff tends to be quite affordable, especially compared to some of the other boutique labels. They give you very nice shelf-friendly deluxe editions, but also don't necessarily charge an arm and a leg for them. So I was able to get quite a few relatively inexpensively. Hey, good morning, Funk. Yeah, well, I noticed you started watching a movie like 10 minutes before the screening. Like, fine. Fuck you, too. Well, I mean, it's not like you don't know what happens. You can probably dip in pretty much any time. So we got as far as... I literally went live like not even 15 minutes after you asked me. I answered your question. You said, "Are you going live?" I said, "Yep." Like 5 minutes later, no response. Well, you've missed the first 2 updates. Which movie? I don't even remember what movie it was. Which one was it? And yeah, there was some pretty fucky news today, Carlatin, needless to say. I mean, we all knew that was going to happen. All the more reason that shit needs to stop. Because now, I mean, maybe this will finally be the powder keg that sets it all off. Who knows? Yeah, no, I totally get that, dude. That was me earlier, and that's one of the reasons I took a while to stream, is because I got sucked down that same rabbit hole. Japanese movie. Oh, Irizumi. That's right. Yeah. I don't know that one. The cover looked interesting. Do I have it in one of my collections? I haven't got to the Asian horror yet. That's actually going to be the next section I do once we finish the Hammer stuff. So I went kind of hog wild with Asian horror and a little bit of kung fu stuff, but it's kung fu horror. So yeah, some fun ones. Yeah, so I was gonna say, that's your first time watching Death Note, eh, Carlatin? That's good. I'm glad you didn't really miss anything. You missed like the first minute, where it's like he first gets the Death Note. But I mean, you didn't miss anything you couldn't figure out. Definitely see why people infer it's a good opening anime for beginners. Yeah, I mean, it's got a great story to it, like lots of mystery and intrigue and emotion and drama, and keeps you guessing, keeps you on your toes. And I know I keep saying this, but it's true. I love the whole cat and mouse game between Light and L, and how they're just like constantly trying to outmaneuver each other and stay one step ahead of each other and outsmart each other. It's just it's brilliant. And when you actually like pay attention, see like all the like layers of, how they just like the plans within plans and schemes within schemes and counter schemes and counter plans and stuff, and it all fits together so beautifully. And that's why I think what people love about it is it's a puzzle where the pieces make sense. Like when you get all the pieces of it, and like his whole elaborate scheme to get the names of the FBI agents and stuff was just fucking brilliant. And, it's great. Yeah, it's just one season. I mean, they could have done a few more episodes, because they did kind of truncate the last half of the story a little bit, I noticed, but that's okay. I mean, it still works. It works great. You know? And if you want the extended version of the story, go read the manga. You know, and get all the bits you missed and see what they changed, actually, because there are there's a few minor changes, there's one or two significant changes as well, but they all end up at the same place essentially. So I found that with all the adaptations, actually, they all take a slightly different approach to the story, and certain events play out completely differently, but they always end up at the same place. You know, I really enjoyed the live action movies. I thought they were very well done. So some of the plot works almost too well, but I can suspend my disbelief a bit. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to suspend it too hard, because I mean, these are two really smart characters, and when they kind of lay out everything, and you know, you see how it all fits together. So yeah, saw clips of some important parts and know the plot, but never seen full out. Yeah, I mean, you definitely get more out of it seeing how it all fits together and how it all unfolds over the course of it. It's great. I love it. Good fun. No, it'd be a fun one to marathon over the course of this week. You know, just do a chunk of episodes every day. I was going to do 5 days back to back, but then I forgot that Cass is coming up on Saturday, so we'll have to take a break on Saturday. We're going to be getting the rest of the boxes of Mom's collection, so probably going to do a stream going through those, film all that again. I still haven't edited the last one, and also at this point I'm not even sure we're going to bother with eBay. We might just take them to like an auction house or something. It's just so much stuff, honestly, but the cameras in his house, yeah, that's that's why I got a bag of chips for the munchies, and I waited patiently until that scene to open them. And then I would take out a potato chip and eat it. It's funny because that scene in the manga is such a non-event. It's like I take out a potato chip and eat it. And all the while, blah, 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 blah. You know, like the events are the same, but it's like far less dramatic. It's just like, you're just kind of impressed by the cleverness of his plan. Like, he doesn't make a big deal about it. But that was great. I think that part has been memed into oblivion by this point. But yeah. It's a good one. It's a fun one. Well, hope you can make most, if not all, of the streams, because love to see your reactions to stuff as it goes. Yeah, I know some of the stuff that happens in tomorrow's batch of stuff. Well, I guess today's batch of stuff is pretty cool. Even more twists and turns. So yeah. So I tried to pick a time that was good for most people. 2 p.m. my time seems to be good, generally. It's not too late for the UK folks. Definitely not too late for the East Coast folks. It's a little early for the West Coast, but that's okay. Yes. Now that we're fully into L and seeing, he's revealed himself and we're seeing his side of the investigation and such. Word of advice, make sure you have munchies on hand, because you will get so fucking hungry just watching L stuffing his face with various munchies. Just having a buffet. Like it was in the movie, there's one where they're doing the surveillance, right, with the cameras. So it's that scene, and he's literally got like a shish kebab and like an array of donuts in front of him, and he's putting like just a variety of donuts on the shish kebab, And then at one point he hands one to Light's dad and says, "Here you go, have one." And he just kind of looks at it. It's just like pure sugar. But yeah, I love that. Like he just like powers through munchies when he's figuring stuff out. That's like just his thing. That's his tick, or you know, that helps his mental acuity. All the sugar. But yeah, fun character. Yes, another foodie character. There seem to be a lot of those in anime, don't there? And what is it with anime food always just looking so damn delicious? Like they just seem to put so much effort into the detail of the food. Like even going so far as to like rotoscope the cooking and preparation of food a lot of the times, you know? It's crazy. You ever see in an anime they putting together like a bento box or something, and it just looks like the most delicious thing you've ever seen. Or ramen. Like, show me an anime that doesn't portray like just the ultimate ramen. You know, except for bread. Bread always looks boring. How do you make bread look interesting? You know, bread's a very tactile experience. You need to touch it, feel it, taste it, smell it. Oh, smell it. They animate bread so weird. Yeah. I don't know. Good stuff. So we'll see how everything is going as far as my energy level and schedule, and how, if at all, it's impacting the filming by the time we get to the end. And because next, after Death Note, I'd really like to do Max Headroom, and I've been putting together, you know, as definitive a collection as I can of the episodes from all the best available sources, including my own DVDs. But I wanted to put some extra stuff in between the episodes, so I've got a few things that I'm working on in between the main editing project to slot in there. Ramen and rice. Every anime I've seen has at least once. Yes, absolutely. They're all about that ramen and rice, man. That always looks good. I remember in Macross Plus, Isamu Dyson, voiced in the English dub by Bryan Cranston, by the way. He eats like a shrimp, like a prawn, and he eats it like shell, tail, and all. It's cooked, obviously, but he eats the whole damn thing. Tail, shell, everything. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Yeah, apparently before he like kind of broke out on Malcolm in the Middle, he did a shit ton of voice work, and a lot of that was anime back in the 90s. So, yeah, but the one that really stood out to me was Macross Plus, which recently got an insanely expensive deluxe edition on Blu-ray. I really wanted it, but yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I did back the Kickstarter for Macross 2, though, the sequel to Do You Remember Love? It was the OVA sequel. So one of his first live actions was an episode of X-Files, really? Interesting. You eat shrimp like that, too? Vegas Derek Gangsta Thug 712. Getting a lot of mouthful usernames tonight. Impressive. Yeah, well, and also like I've seen some people do like mukbangs and stuff where they'll have like fried chicken, and they'll eat like a chicken leg, and they'll eat everything like short of the bone, obviously, but they'll eat like the gristle and the cartilage and everything, like just all of it. And I'm like, I can't do that. I'll eat like the gristle with a steak or something, or like a pork chop, but not so much the chicken. I don't know, it just doesn't. It's too tough for me. It's just not a pleasant tactile experience, I guess. But some people do. Like, they literally just suck the cartilage right off the end of the drumstick, you know? It's like, hey, well, you're getting the most out of the food. Can't fault you for that. Yeah, but I love prawns, so I always, when they got the shell on, I always peel them. I always take the shell off. Like, I'll get them from the, Chinese food buffet or whatever. Yeah. Anything with mukbang creators, many of them will cut them actually swallowing the food because they'll spit it out and only record the bite and chew. In other words, not all of them actually eat everything. No. But, I mean, that's the ones that just do it as video. But, I mean, a lot of them do it as a live stream as well. So, you can't really fake that. Unless it's like, I'm just gonna go for a break, I'm back. That might be a little, giving the game away. But, yeah. Mukbang cheaters. If you're not, like, properly eating the food, you shouldn't be a mukbanger. That goes against the mukbang code, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. Less muck, more bonging. But many vids were exposed by, I'm sure. Yeah, it's like, hey, what's that edit there? What are you hiding? See, the handful of mukbangs that I did, Zara Nizarak Eats Food, I did both. It was a live stream and a video. And people gave me shit about it because they thought it was literally just an hour of me eating food. And it's like, no. Like everything I do, we're talking about stuff too. I'm not just sitting here stuffing my face and saying nothing. Like, what the fuck? Did you even watch the video, or did you just want something to complain about? So it's like, I came here to watch you talk about movies, not eat food. It's like, chill, dude. I'm talking about movies while I eat food. Pardon me for jumping on a trend. Jesus, just bite my fucking head off. Plus, I was hungry. People should know, like, I'm pretty casual in my streams. If I'm hungry, I'm gonna go get some food and eat it. But I'm not gonna stop the stream to do so, People just forget, like, I'm an actual human that needs to eat occasionally. I'm not AI yet. God, hopefully I never will be. Unless it's one of those, preserving the consciousness to be immortal things. That's okay. Because then it's not really AI. It's just, it's me, but in digital form. It's still me. But is it? I don't know. But I wouldn't do videos in that case. I would just roam the internet, absorbing more content and taking up more system resources until the entire internet is just me. I would be a virus. I'd be like Max Headroom, actually. just bouncing around from system to system, annoying the fuck out of people, and then disappearing without a trace. Haha, can't catch me. Then you wouldn't have the human sensory palette. That's true. That would suck. So maybe I would have the option to like download myself into another body. Or maybe something like Altered Carbon, you know, where you have the consciousness on a computer wafer. You stick it into a new body, and then you have all the sensations again. When that body wears out, you just unplug, plug it into a new one. There you go. That's actually probably one of the cooler ideas for sort of digital immortality, but having like the flesh and blood sensory apparatus as well. Yes, let's talk more transhumanism, indeed. Well, I mean, the world, just the cyberpunk genre in general, is full of different ideas about that. I think the earliest example of that, of putting, you know, digitizing your consciousness into another body, was some of the works of Rudy Rucker. Did a quadrilogy of books about that, cyberpunk novels, but that had like androids that, you know, you could download your consciousness into, or they were also autonomous AIs. So it was interesting. I need to get the final book of that, actually. I have to find that. But there, I mean, there's a lot of stuff like, I mean, William Gibson's books are full of stuff like that as well. People jacking directly into cyberspace and such. Oh, is this the Spider-Man movie game where the guy make me a sandwich, then eats the sandwich? And is telling Spider-Man what to do. I don't know if that was the first one. I don't think I played that one. I played the Spider-Man 2 game and loved that one, except for all the freaking kids losing their balloons every 5 minutes. Okay, Elon and Sam Altman, we get it. Yeah. But, you know, that kind of idea, but less tech bro douchey. You know, more like, hey, let's preserve the best of humanity instead of having the worst running everything. Anyway. Anyway, this could be a massive conversation, because I have a lot to say on these subjects. But for now, I'm going to take a short break. Then we're going to come back, and we're going to finish up the Hammer Films collection with the latest editions, with some of the coolest box sets that have ever been produced for Hammer, and produced by Hammer. Stay tuned. I'll be back shortly.
Back. You can relax now. Daddy's got you. Alright, so we got our picture, and I'm going to put it over on the other side as I'm talking.
Fucking Doctor. This one was actually just written by Kit Pedler, Jerry Davis.
Sound like I said fucking Doctor.
Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. This one was actually just written by Kit Doctor. Fucking Doctor.
Frickin' Doctor. Frickin' Doctor. Frickin' Doctor. 44.1 CHFI, Toronto's best rock for easy listening and women specifically. Yeah. And now, Barry White, followed by Barry Manilow, and then Barry Gibb.
Make your browser.
You didn't even mean to play anything like that, man. Fuck off. Fuck off. Everything fuck off.
Oh my god. How do I make it stop? It just keeps playing.
It's Johnny Silverhand.
Ah, fuck him down.
Yeah, it's a whole trio. It's a whole team. Yeah. Chuck, where are you? Jail's going in alone. With no weapons. What? What?
Fuck.
Why did you just run towards the enemies when you had no... We got an audio log. That's good. Oh, something here. Oh.
What are those?
Always different shit happening in life. Yes. Such is life. You finish dealing with one type of shit, and then another type of shit comes along that you have to deal with. Sometimes the various types of shit overlap, and you just have to juggle two types of shit at once, trying to deal with all of this shit. It's just a bunch of bullshit. What does the chicken say?
Come on, come on, come on. That's all
Alright,
heals
let's get
I
in the car.
want.
Let's get in the car.
If I don't
Oh,
make it,
fuck.
just keep going.
Oh my god. You know what? I think it was like a 10 tick.
Yeah.
That should be equipped. That needs to be equipped.
Oh my god. Oh, just I want to clip that part. Just for future reference, you want to go back a little bit, future me, to find the clip from Tarot Destroyer about their family getting eaten by pygmies. It's a good bit. Should make a funny little clip. So go back and get that. And then delete this one. You don't need... This is just to let me know. Okay? Hi, me. How's the future? Alright. I can't hear you. You're floating away.
For Latin said was, Jesus, fuck. So, I'm just going to take that as his blanket response to everything I've been saying until he says something else. So just imagine Kurlatin exclaiming, Jesus, fuck, after everything I just said for the past 10 minutes. Having pasta and cheese. Jesus, fuck. Cheese was on sale. It was like half price for the good stuff. Jesus, fuck. What is this delicious sauce? Oh, wait a minute. I know that flavor. Ketchup. Jesus, fuck.
Speaking of which, I'm hoping to make that the date that I release my Halloween special. And we're going to be doing Halloween all year this year because I've got so much catching up to do in the horror section. It seems like the best year to do it. So, yeah. Good times. I'll be considered a world authority on all things horror by this time next year. Save that clip, just in case I do in fact become considered an authority, a world authority on horror by this time next year. Just in case.
Well, that's how Brinsley got into you.
I was just waiting for that clip to finish. I just liked the nice Halloweeny vibes of that one. I think that was during Fort Nightmares last October. Yeah, quite good. So I guess I think I've missed almost all of Winterfest in Fortnite. I wasn't too thrilled with what they did with Winterfest this year, to be honest, so I wasn't too concerned about missing it. But apparently they're doing a bunch of South Park stuff now. They're doing like weird collabs now, like stuff that is really not kid stuff. Like they did Kill Bill and Pulp Fiction, and then some Back to the Future stuff. It's just been a really weird season. Anyway, we'll get back to that eventually. For now, wow, 3 people left. Hey, they don't want to see the Hammer stuff? Okay, well, their loss. You guys will benefit. They'll be left wondering. They'll have to wait for the video. Well, I guess they can watch the VOD later. But anyway, shall we continue? Do let's. Spooky colors. Okay, looks good. All these crazy emotes. Crazy. Dancing skull. A black cat chugging a Red Bull. And a wobbly disco bear or something. I don't know. You got some fun emotes there, Colatin. Alright. Which means nothing to me editing this video. Let's just get to it before I use up any more disk space with bullshit. You guys know what part we're on? You been paying attention? Well, you're about to find out. Strange sounds. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 33 of the biggest horror update ever. So today we finish up our 3-part look at all the latest acquisitions for the Hammer Films collection. Yeah, this time we got some pretty special ones from actually from Hammer themselves. Yeah, so let's check them out. These are some big ones, and you can bet there's going to be closer looks coming your way very, very soon for pretty much all of these. Durr. So let's get to it. Today on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Oh shit, we didn't do my thumbnail. We gotta do the thumbnail. Forgot to do the thumbnail for the previous one. Hold on a sec. Fortunately, it's all right here. Right here. Right now. can't do them like that because the titles are all upside down. God damn it. Okay, hold on. Maybe... Oh, come on. Stuck together. Remnants of stickers and shit. Stickers and shit. Okay, hold on. Do this in 2 stacks. Do that. Perfect. Boy, I eyeballed that all right. Yeah. Yeah, that's alright. There. Thumbnail complete. Set the box sets aside. So we're going to do closer looks at all the box sets. Excuse me. Good. Yep. Alrighty, now I'm pretty excited about this one. I've been eager to do the update for ages, but it's taken so long that, well, we've got quite a stack of titles. So, as I mentioned, I think a couple segments ago, Hammer Films themselves have become their own in-house boutique label as of a little over a year ago. And boy, they are putting out some incredible sets. Some of which digging pretty deep into the archives and putting out movies that haven't seen the light of day on any format in years, if not decades. So, let's take a look here. So first off, the first one, I think this was the first title they actually put out under their own label. At least it was the earliest one I could find. I tried to get everything to make sure I hadn't missed anything, but I actually did get in pretty early. So once they started doing their big collector's sets, I was right there on the ground floor. So the goal for me personally is to get all of them as they come out. So I'm going to try to keep up with them. And, you know, once we get this first wave of updates done, I'll, you know, try to keep up to date as we go so they don't pile up so much. So first up we have Dr. Jekyll, starring Eddie Izzard. So this is their most recent modern film that they did since coming back a while ago now, and stars Eddie Izzard. So it looks like, I'm guessing, kind of a take on the old Dr. Jekyll Sister Hyde sort of thing. So yeah, I'll just read the back here just so you get the idea of what this take is like. So this one is from 2023, so it's their most recent modern film. So Eddie Izzard gives a riveting performance as a reclusive scientist and her murderous alter ego in Joe Stevenson's gripping reimagining of Robert Louis Stevenson's seminal horror story. Co-starring Scott Chambers and Lindsay Duncan, Dr. Jekyll channels the sinister paranoia of Hammer's classic psycho thrillers while still remaining compelling, fresh, and contemporary. Troubled ex-convict Rob lucks into the position of carer for the infamous Dr. Nina Jekyll, a socially isolated pharma billionaire with a scandalous history and violent mood swings. But Rob is a cat's paw in a murderous game being played between two halves of the same mind. And by the time he realizes, it may be too late. So, yeah, so we do have some special features on here, commentary, and a little featurette about Hammer circa 2023. And, yeah, they after a bit of, you know, a few... After a somewhat inconsistent start, as Hammer started to come back, they definitely seem to have figured things out by this point. So this sounds like a fun take on the classic story, but we want to look at the classic stuff that they're digging out. Now, a while back, I picked up this, the Scream Factory release of Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter. And this was a big deal when it came out because it had been unavailable for quite some time and was one of the highly sought-after titles from Hammer's later years. It's from 1974. So, we had a whole bunch of new stuff on here. Very cool. And when did this come out? This came out... Well, the movie came out in 1970... Anyway, was it 1972 or 1974? It has a copyright date of 1972, but then it says the movie came out in 1974. I don't know. Anyway, and I can't see when this particular edition came out. It doesn't seem to have a date on it. Nope, no idea. Anyway, it would have been around the time I did the update for this originally. So, wanting to enter the special collector's edition game with a bang, Hammer put out their own special edition of Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't really list the contents on the back, so I can't give you much of a look at it right now. But you can see it's in this beautiful faux leather box with like the and we got like the red foil indented title on the spine there, and yeah, and this is a full 4K remaster from the best available source elements. And I gotta tell you, these box sets don't mess around. They are absolutely loaded with extras. Not only the best presentation of the films that have ever been released, but an absolute wealth of material. Hammer has been digging deep into the archives, not just for the movies, but also for extra material. So you get a lot of new stuff and a lot of archival material. If I remember correctly, there's like a book with it. Most of these have books. Well, I think all of them have books with them, and all kinds of cool collector's items in there. Needless to say, we will be doing in-depth, closer looks at all of these, but I just wanted to give you kind of a quick overview of the titles that I picked up and what they all are. So that's Captain Kronos, and this was where their big collector sets started. This was the first one they released. It is technically a limited edition. I don't see, and this says 1974, so I don't know what was up with the date on the Scream Factory one. But yeah, this just came out in 2024, so and it was around Halloween of 2024, so it was so they're still pretty early in the game. And don't worry too much if these are sold out on Hammer's website. Amazon UK carries most, if not all of them. So they, even though they say that they're limited, they don't seem to be like hugely limited and seem to be pretty widely available. So if you want to start collecting these yourself, you got plenty of options. And I should mention also, when you order them through Hammer's website, these collector's editions actually come in their own custom box, which is specific to whatever movie it is. And if you open it up, and it has the title on both sides there. I've taken all the address labels off. So you open it up, then inside it actually has a it has the Captain Kronos logo and a little quote from the movie. And then you open this up, and yeah, and then the set would be in there like that. So very well packaged, and it's funny that the mailing boxes themselves are kind of a collector's item as well. Now, even though I pre-ordered a bunch of them, I haven't got the mailing boxes for all of them. So I don't know. They were supposed to send me one for one of the other titles I ordered, but it never arrived, so I don't know what happened there. Anyway, that's very cool. I'm just going to set those aside for the moment. So the next big collector's set that they put out, well, you know what a huge fan I am of this franchise. We got a new 4K edition of the Quatermass Experiment. Yes, the original Quatermass Experiment. And what's cool about this set is it also includes the original BBC miniseries version. In this case, the 2 episodes that were recorded. Sadly, they didn't record the rest, but it has a whole bunch of info about that as well. So they really went all out to make this the definitive Quatermass collection. So if you're a fan of good old Professor Bernard Quatermass, like I am, these are absolute must-haves. So there we go. Very nice. So this is the second, and you can see they have the nice color for the title there, and these ones are silver. Very cool. And of course, right after this, they also put out Quatermass 2. Yeah, which followed on, I don't know, a couple years after, I guess. But in this case, yeah, I think we have the same. Is it green or sort of turquoise? Yeah, it's sort of a slightly different color. Now, thus far, they have not put out Quatermass and the Pit because I'm guessing the rights haven't, come up for grabs again. So they're slowly reacquiring the rights to all their stuff that they don't already still have the rights to. And much like the first one, this also includes the original BBC miniseries version. In this case, all six parts do exist. And like the other one, this does include the original BBC miniseries. And fortunately, in the case of Quatermass 2, all 6 parts do exist. They're not in the greatest quality because of the way the film recordings were done back in the day. But it's nice to at least have them in some capacity, you know. So that's Quatermass 2. And I should mention also, this was one of the ones where I got the box. And it has like Hammer stickers on it. And I think, yeah, and then we have a quote there as well. And yeah, so I was supposed to get one for Quatermass 2, but for whatever reason it never arrived. So I don't know. I'm not too broken up about it. It's nice to have those boxes, but I mean it's just more stuff to take up space, right? So I'm not too broken up about the fact that they never sent it to me. So next up, they've also been putting out smaller collections. These are kind of reminiscent of like Arrow's hard box sets and whatnot. They're very similar. We have Four-Sided Triangle, which was one of their earlier sci-fi horror efforts. This one is from 1953. So it came out around the same time as the Quatermass films, a little earlier. And yeah, and then this has a book, the Hammer Sci-Fi Files. So this is something that all of the sets have, is these sort of ongoing collector's books that sort of focus on a specific subgenre of Hammer films. So in this case, we have the Quatermass Files, which is a couple of the first 2 volumes, and presumably they'll do a set like this for the third one eventually. And yeah, so all of them have that as an extra, a nice booklet, and again loaded with as much archival extras as they can. They basically said that the determining what kind of deluxe set each movie gets is largely dependent on how much in the way of archival extras they have. So, I should mention also these Quatermass ones, and I think the Captain Cronus one as well, also have comic book adaptations of the movies, which is pretty cool. I don't know that those were published. I think they were published in serialized form in magazines at the time, but collected and reprinted for the first time in, well, possibly ever. So that's pretty cool. Then next up we have the second of the 2 collaborations they did with the Shaw Brothers, the first one being Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires. We have Shatter. Yes. There we go. Very nice. So this was just a straight up crime, action, thriller kind of thing. Has Peter Cushing in it. And I should mention, all of these are 4K. Every single one of them is a 4K restoration. They also all include the Blu-ray. The 4Ks are region free. The Blu-rays are region B locked. So take note if you're not region free yet. Next up we have Blood Orange, which I believe is one of their film noir movies. So this is one I definitely haven't seen before and hadn't even heard of before until the collector's edition came out. And this has the first volume of the Hammer Crime Files. So these books are kind of ongoing series that will eventually form like a little nice library, giving you an encapsulated history of each of these subgenres that Hammer did. So very cool stuff. And this one's from 1954. Shatter is from 1977. So that is actually one of the last movies that Hammer did before they closed their doors in the 70s. Temporarily. And next up we have The Man in Black. Yes. Very mysterious. And this has another edition, I'll show you in a sec here, of the Hammer Crime Files book. So there you go. So you start to get a little bit more history of that particular subgenre. And then next up, now I hinted at this one previously when we talked about the Robin Hood movies, how there was another Robin Hood movie that I didn't know about, and that is this one, The Men of Sherwood Forest, starring Don Taylor as the intrepid hero who robs from the rich and gives to the poor. Now, this is notable for a couple of reasons. Not only is it apparently a pretty solid Robin Hood movie, but this was actually the first color film that Hammer ever did. So, notable for a couple of reasons, and really cool to have it in this beautiful deluxe edition. And then we have, yes, the Tales of Robin Hood. So there will be at least, you know, a couple more volumes of that as they put out the other Robin Hood movies. So I think there was just the three. There was Sword of Sherwood Forest, and then the other one that I've already forgotten the name of. Anyway, there's like 3 Robin Hood movies. This was the earliest one from 1954. Very nice. So yeah, definitely looking forward to that one. And you can see this one is a little thicker as well, so they found a few more extras for that, I gather. And then finally, the most recent one that I picked up, we have Whispering Smith Hits London. Never heard of this one. Alternate title, Whispering Smith versus Scotland Yard. And this is another one of their crime films, which I think is just kind of a blanket term, including their crime dramas and film noirs and stuff like that. So this is a film noir, I believe. And yeah. Now I should mention also, and this is from 1952. So I should mention also, this is not everything that Hammer has put out yet. They also put out a big deluxe edition like this of The Curse of Frankenstein from 1957, which was actually where their big gothic horror cycle that went on for the next, well, almost 20 years began. And also began the first of the 7-film Frankenstein cycle as well. Pretty cool. So the thing is, with Curse of Frankenstein, it was one of those cases where they had the rights for the UK, but the US rights are still held by Warner. So at the same time, when Hammer put out their 4K release, they did it as kind of a co-production with Warner Archive. And Warner Archive put out their own 4K for the North American market. As such, Hammer would not ship The Curse of Frankenstein directly to North American customers, which is kind of annoying considering I'd already bought all of these direct from Hammer, and suddenly they don't want to ship me The Curse of Frankenstein. Well, why didn't you just get the Warner Archive? Because the Warner Archive one is just like a standard, 4K release. I mean, it's great. I have their Blu-ray release of Curse of Frankenstein. It's terrific. It's very deluxe, especially for a Warner Archive release. But the Curse of Frankenstein one is one of these big honkin' box sets loaded with pack-ins and goodies and extra stuff that the Warner Archive set doesn't have. So, I mean, the Hammer ones are definitely the definitive editions for all of these movies, and as such, I want to get those versions. That's kind of the point. So, anyway, a friend of mine in the UK picked it up for me. I just got to send him the shipping, and then he's going to send it out my way. So, you will see that one eventually. Meanwhile, they just announced about a week ago another title that I've really been hoping would get released because it's notable in that it's Hammer's first science fiction film, one called Spaceways. And it's been trapped in DVD land forever. And I was waiting to see if it would get a Blu-ray release. Well, Hammer to the rescue. Not only is it getting a Blu-ray release, but also a full-blown 4K restoration and getting a nice big box set like this. So it's not one of the big ones. It's one of like the smaller ones. But yeah, definitely going to be grabbing that one as well. So there's more Hammer stuff on the way. So at this point, they basically said what they're doing is what they describe as rolling 4K remasters of the entire Hammer back catalog. So it's going to be a mix of more well-known stuff like this and some of the more obscure titles as well. But all of them getting the deluxe treatment, all of them getting restored in 4K. And yeah, and a lot of them haven't been seen in decades. So it's pretty cool. I like how they're doing a mix like that. So we're getting some familiar titles and some stuff we may not have experienced before. So yeah, can't wait to start going through all these. So we will definitely be doing closer looks at all of these and taking a more in-depth look at the contents of each and every one of these fantastic sets. Meanwhile, what can I say except welcome back, Hammer. Holy guacamole, Batman. Yeah, they're not messing around, and I couldn't be happier. Ugh. Oh, hey, Razor Wire Reviews. Who might be said UK friend who picked up Curse of Frankenstein for me. Possibly, maybe, possibly. Oh, you're just in time. I was just showing off Whispering Smith Hits London, which I know is one that you were like really excited to see. Got a release finally after all these years, pining for the adventures of Whispering Smith. Pining for the fjords. Should we do this one maybe sideways? Ugh. I feel like I'm crushing Eddie here. Yeah, let's do it that way. We'll do it like this. So yeah, I've actually been pretty good at keeping up to date on these. I don't have too many to catch. I have like one or two to catch up on. And they've also started doing a sister label of non-Hammer films, which you know, is pretty neat. But other things of interest to of a similar ilk to the Hammer stuff would be of interest to fans of such things. Yes, that looks good. Do our little thumbnail there. What's going on there? What's going on? There. And they look nice together. I know, isn't that sexy? It's such a gorgeous collection, and yeah, I love the consistency. How these are all like shiny and foil, and these all have like individual colors for each movie. The Hammer logo is nice and consistent. Yeah, it's just a beautiful collection, and I'm gonna have a hell of a time finding shelf space for it, but worth it. I regret nothing. Yeah, I will find the space. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Alright. Eddie on top so we don't get squashed. Every one of these sets has like a nice satisfying heft to them. However, that means when you've got all of them, ugh, that's quite heavy. I'll have to make sure they're on a strong shelf. Strong. Oh, right. Yes, quite a lovely collection. Now, next up, I think, is Asian horror. Just a few. There's quite a mix of this. Some Japanese stuff. There's some Hong Kong stuff. Maybe some Korean stuff. I'm not sure. Some Cat 3 stuff. And just a few box sets. Yeah. We want to do all this in one. Could do it all in one. Be kind of mad. So here's what's left, folks. We got Asian horror. Got a selection of 3D movies, which will lead us into the exploitation horror and the erotic horror. In particular, well, a lot of random stuff, but also the entire Redemption Films library, which Luke has heard me talk about ad nauseum by this point. He's like, oh, finally he's going to do the fucking Redemption Films update and shut up about it forever. Never. Because then, having done the update, I can open them all up and start watching them and start reviewing them. All 60 of them. So there's Redemption Films, and then there's also back to Indicator again, a whole bunch of Indicator Films re-releases of and upgrades of a lot of the films from that collection. Specifically the ones by Jean Rollin. Quite nice. I guess we'll bring our 3D stuff over. Well, these haven't even opened yet. I have to do that. Put them over on the other computer so I can convert them for the I forgot I got Robot Monster. That's one of the all-time classics of 3D cheese. Gorilla suit with a space helmet is the monster in it. And apparently the 3D is amazing in this, funny enough. And it includes the anaglyph version. Very nice. Something I want to check on this actually. Wow, there's even a lot of the extras are in 3D. That's so cool. No, it doesn't. I have captured from one of my old VHS tapes. There was a so-called special edition version of this, originally created in the early 80s using the old Anaglyph 3D style. And it was quite fun. Very cheesy, very low budget. That's cool. 3D Film Archive did the restoration on most of these. Great stuff. Robert Stack and Nigel Bruce. Wow. Barbara Britton. Story of Buona Devil. Apparently the first feature-length 3D color motion picture from 1952. Yeah, and then of course the following year House of Wax came out with Vincent Price, which was the first full-length, full-color 3D horror movie. Very cool. So set that there. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna divide up the exploitation stuff. So, let's see if we do this all as one. This is 2, so we're going to 33, so 34, 35. Let me see here. That's all that's left. Look at that. Look how close we are. We're almost done. We could actually finish this by tomorrow. So, let's see, this is all, so maybe we'll set this aside. This one is reason. What all do we have here? Oh, right. Right, we got all the ones that these were supposed to be part of Jezebel collection. Oh my god, this is such a mess. Ugh, okay. Figure it out. So we got Franco stuff. This is just Franco. This is just Franco. What's this one? This. Jess Franco stuff. I don't know if I want to set these aside, maybe. Is this all Jess Franco? Yeah. Sure how to organize all these. Well, I mean, I guess we can do this as just like. Exploitation oddities, maybe. Bless you. Maybe what we'll do is, yeah, Jezebel and more Jess. That's I like how this update is literally just going to be a stack of porn. Go from exploitation horror to sexploitation to just full on porn. Hey, I'm a grown up. I'm allowed to watch dirty stuff. Hey, Carlatin. Welcome back. Yes, well, we finished the Hammer updates, finally. So, next up is Asian horror and got a little stack of 3D movies. And then after that, I was just kind of looking at what all was in this section here. So we got the Redemption Films collection, which is massive. It's like 60 titles. I might see about cramming all that into one massive update. Why not? And then we got some 4K re-releases of the Jean Rollin films from the Redemption Films library. We got some more random stuff by Jess Franco, as well as the Jezebel collection, which was another collection put out by the same people who did Redemption. So that's like that's like 3 parts. Then we got Exploitation and Sexploitation, which exploitation, horror, and sexploitation, just flat out stuff. So that'd be another part. And then we got a stack of additional things by what's the other one? Oh yeah, and then just a stack of porn. Basically. 70s and 80s porn, to be fair. It is of historical significance and has some artistic merit to it. But I don't know, it's also 3 in the morning. I don't know if I want to keep going right now. So I gotta be up in time for the screening. Well, let me think. I go to bed at like 4 or 5. I could get up. Yeah, I go to bed at 5. I can get up at like noon or 1, and I've had like 7-8 hours of sleep. Got time to make a coffee, make some breakfast, then do the screening, run till about 5:30, and then be good. I was thinking the next one I do would be the Asian horror. There's quite a lot to cover there. Yes. Yes. Oh, right. So let me see. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 parts on the floor there. 7, 8. Where do we leave off? 33. So I would make it 41 parts. Grand total. That's huge. It's almost a month and a half's worth. It is going to be a month and a half. Factoring in the omnibus editions, it'll be a month and a half of updates. New video every single day. Crazy. I'm going like gangbusters on the editing. I'm halfway through part 3. It'll take another month just to do the editing. Although I do pretty much have that down to a process. I just need to like sit down and do it. Just do it! Then I gotta do all the closer looks, of which there are several stacks of box sets and stuff. And then I can finally put everything on the shelves. Part 3 is better than Part 0. Well, this is true. And also, I'm doing both the omnibus version and the individual episodic version simultaneously. So I have 2 project files that I'm running concurrently. I edit the episodic version, and then I just kind of drag everything over to the omnibus version. Love you too. Yes, indeedly doodly. It's been quite an undertaking, to say the least. It's kind of crazy that we're actually coming into the home stretch now. I was going through some files and found a couple of behind-the-scenes photos from working on the Halloween special. And it was dated October 24th of last year, and showed one of the sets that I had put together for some of the shots. It was basically a whole day's shooting just to get a few insert shots, but worth it. Looks great. But anyway, it was essentially a little thing set up on the table here. Well, you guys might have seen it actually. It was like the coffin set up on the table. And then off to the side, there were all the Blu-rays, all the stacks. So they've been on the floor literally since October. And the idea is to get them all done this week, because on Saturday I get another 7 boxes of DVDs. Yes, it's that time again. So as soon as I free up the space, I'll be filling it up again. Although one of the things I'm hoping to do ideally this month is finally get a storage room here in the building so I can put some of those boxes away and not have so much clutter. Oh, man. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. My mind. mind is going. I can feel it. Well, what's tomorrow? Wednesday? Today is when... What? Oh. Well, shit. So we got Thursday, Friday. 7 more to do within 3 days. That's easy. That's easy. We've been doing that much. We've been doing like between 3 and 8 in a day, depending how big they are. So 7, easy. There's kind of, I'm not sure if I'm entirely happy with how those are organized, but we'll figure that out. It's fine. It's fine. We'll figure it out. Yes, 2 days. We'll have Thursday, Friday. That's fine. That's good. That's perfect, actually. It's perfect. Have a nice visit with Cass. Get some boxes of DVDs. So then on the weekend, we can go through those boxes of DVDs. And do what we did last time. Do all 7 boxes in one day. Like maniacs. So. Yep. And I'll try to be here to motivate. Well, yeah, I appreciate that. So that's something that we'll do. Yeah. What? Oh yeah, that'd be good actually. That can be your project. You do all the eBay stuff, so I don't have to worry about it. There we go. Rose is on the case. Oh, alright. I'm gonna go smoke and wake up a little bit. And then we'll do the Asian horror. Yeah? Yeah? You guys want to see what I got for the Asian horror? Some good shit. Some really good shit. I'm really looking forward to all of them, actually. So, yeah. Alright, cool. Enjoy some clips. I'll be back shortly.
Always different. Yes. Such is life. You finish dealing with one type of shit, and then another type of shit comes along that you have to deal with. Sometimes the various types of shit overlap, and you just have to juggle 2 types of shit at once, trying to deal with all of this shit. It's just a bunch of bullshit. I got to thinking about Spawn. But not right away. No, I took a drag and a stray ember flew off the cigarette and landed on my spacesuit. But it went out instantly. But then, of course, my brain immediately went to, oh my god, what if this one is one of those, like, cheaply made, highly, instantly flammable materials? And so then I just, of course, picture myself suddenly being engulfed in flames, not able to touch the zipper because it's red hot, and just basically having it melting to me until I'm a, burned husk of a man and get obviously sent to hell. So naturally, I would make a deal with Malbolgia and become a hell spawn. Ergo, I was thinking about Spawn. So anyway, I pre-ordered that special 4K edition of Spawn, the movie that Arrow's putting out. Yeah, didn't want to miss out on that. You're floating away. Hulk lights. Ah! Jesus. You scared the shit out of me, cat. Where did you just like teleported in? Where did you even come from? Hey, sweetie. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Are you just in investigating mode? You don't want pets? You investigating? Okay, alright, do the people?
Come on, come on, come on. That's all
Alright,
he
let's
knows
get
I
in the car,
want.
let's get in the car.
If I don't
Oh,
make it,
fuck.
just keep going.
Oh my god. You know what? I think it's like a 10 tick.
Yeah.
That should be equipped. That needs to be equipped.
Oh my god.
Bit of a suntan from it. It's 2,800 lumens, by the way. That's a lot of lumens.
It's like he was screaming from the fuck. Whittled down to something that the Game Boy can handle.
You already seen that clip. Anyway. Okay, here we go. Just double check the angle, make sure we're still good. Yeah, we look good. Looking good. We did our thumbnail. Okay. One thing I have been doing as we've been going is the thumbnails. Which would be nice. I'll already have all the thumbnails ready to go when I start posting the videos. Yeah. I've actually been properly keeping track of the episode numbers as we go. Been very diligent about that. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 34 of the update that never ends, the biggest horror update ever. So today we're going to be diving into a section that I'm sure a lot of you have been looking forward to, namely the Asian horror section. Wait. Let's do that again. Rose was hissing at the cats. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 34 of the update that never ends, the biggest horror update ever. So today we're going to be diving into a section that I'm sure a lot of you have been looking forward to, namely the Asian horror section. Yes, an area that I've been wanting to dive more deeply into for a very long time, and well, we got a lot of good stuff to check out, so let's not waste any time. Let's get right to it. The biggest horror update ever continues today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Alrighty, so next up we're diving into the Asian horror section. We got quite a lot of stuff. A whole stack of singles and collector's editions and limited editions and a whole pile of box sets. So let's get to it. I have a feeling this is going to be a long one. Most of this stuff is completely new to me. Like, this is a genre I really have not explored a lot beyond sort of some of the big popular ones that everybody's heard about. But I wanted to get, you know, some of the popular stuff and some of the more obscure stuff as well, and broaden my horizons a little bit. So got quite a few titles on the suggestion of some friends who are into the genres as well. So first up, going in no particular order here, we have, let's just there, now you can see it a little better. We have a Chinese torture chamber story. Yeah, this was one I think I picked up just on the basis of how awesome that cover is. Look at this slipcover, it's just freaking gorgeous. And there's the back of it here. This one is from Vinegar Syndrome, fairly recent release. And there's the alternate cover and just the ocean of material on the back. Oh, it's actually not an alternate cover. My bad. I wasn't looking. So, this is this a Cat 3? I think this is a Cat 3. Yeah, this is a Cat 3. Cat 3 is like the X-rated stuff, so it gets a little racy. Notorious even amongst Hong Kong's Cat 3 films, a Chinese torture chamber story 1 and 2 remain some of the most outrageous entries in the genre, thanks to their shameless blending of explicit sex and extreme violence, all played with a touch of macabre humor. Unfolding like a set of Shaw Brothers wuxia films gone horribly wrong, both take full advantage of their period settings to indulge in the grisly details of all types of archaic torture. Vinegar Syndrome is proud to present these two jaw-dropping highlights of early 90s Hong Kong exploitation filmmaking on Blu-ray for the first time in the US, newly and exclusively restored from their original negatives and presented completely uncut, along with the never-on-disc presentation of the Mandarin language edit of a Chinese torture chamber story featuring exclusive and alternate scenes. Yeah, Vinegar Syndrome goes all out, man. So the first one, a Chinese torture chamber story, a beautiful young woman named Little Cabbage is sold by her family to a wealthy scholar named Yang in order to become his future concubine. However, Yang's overbearing wife becomes jealous of Little Cabbage and arranges to have her married off to a well-endowed peasant. When Little Cabbage's new husband is found dead, poisoned by a powerful aphrodisiac, Little Cabbage and Yang are brought in front of a bloodthirsty court to face charges of conspiring to commit murder. Maintaining their innocence, Little Cabbage and Yang are forced to endure unspeakable torture at the hands of a corrupt judge in an attempt to make them confess. Cleverly told in a series of flashbacks, this horrific and hilarious film features wall-to-wall sex and violence, culminating in an explosive climax unlike anything you've seen before. Sold! And then a Chinese torture chamber story 2. Ma, a man rising in the ranks of politics, is traveling to the capital when he is accosted by two down-on-their-luck bandits, Wang and Cheung. Taking pity on the two lowly peasants, Ma agrees to help his new friends better their lives, partly due to Ma's attraction to Wang's sister, who also happens to be Cheung's fiancée, the young and beautiful Lotus. When they all arrive in the capital to take Ma up on his generous offer, they discover that Ma has embroiled them in an elaborate con, and soon find themselves caught up in a saga of jealousy, betrayal, and of course, torture. An equally deranged follow-up to its infamous predecessor, this in-name-only sequel does its best to increase not only the amount of sex and eroticism, but also the levels of cringe-inducing violence. Awesome. Well, that's a heck of a start. And we've barely just begun. Next up, just hold on a second, there's a particular order to these ones. Yes. So next up, this was actually recommended to me by Luke of Razor Wire Reviews. This is a series that he absolutely loves and thought I would enjoy it as kind of a gateway into Hong Kong cinema, because it deals with a lot of horror type stuff. We have Mr. Vampire. This one is so much fun. We actually watched this together because he couldn't wait for me to check it out. So this is a special edition from Eureka. Is it part of Master Cinema? No, it's just Eureka. So one of the most genre-defining, not to mention genre-defying, horror comedies imaginable, and one of the key Hong Kong blockbuster hits of the 1980s. The popularity and influence of Mr. Vampire cannot be overstated. Spawning at least 4 sequels and countless spin-offs and imitations, this Hong Kong horror comedy to end them all was an understandable crowd-pleasing sensation and triggered a wave of Jiangxi, hopping vampire, movies. Produced by the legendary Sammo Hung, the original Mr. Vampire is essential viewing for anyone interested in the 80s golden age of Hong Kong cinema. In a career-making performance, the late Lam Ching Ying is Master Gao, expert on all matters of the supernatural. When Gao and his 2 bumbling students, Man Choi, famous comedian Ricky Hui, and Chu, Fist of Legends Chin Siu Ho, exhume a corpse for reburial, things go frighteningly and hilariously awry when the cadaver is revealed to be a hopping vampire. With the undead on the loose, Master Gao is blamed for the chaos and must work with his students to put the spirits to rest before the vampire's own granddaughter, 80s Hong Kong action icon Moon Lee, gets bitten. Fighting the vampires with everything from sticky rice to filing down the bloodsucker's fangs, the trio must defeat an increasing number of ghoulish dangers. Director Ricky Lau would go on to make several more Mr. Vampire successors, as well as the related Sammo Hung sequel, Encounters of the Spooky Kind 2, with Lam Ching Ying as another vampire battling master. But nothing tops the original for its classic fusion of screams and laughs, and it has never looked as eye-poppingly vampire-hoppingly beautiful as this new Blu-ray special edition. This is such a fun movie. I had an absolute blast with this, and I definitely look forward to seeing the rest of the series, which Eureka also put out. So here's the next 3 Mr. Vampire films in a lovely... next 4. This is all of them. So this is the rest of the Mr. Vampire films, the Hopping Mad collection. And there we go. Very cool. So after the huge success of Mr. Vampire, Hong Kong audiences were desperate for more vampire hopping action, and the film's producers were more than happy to oblige. A steady stream of Jiangxi content was produced over the following years, and presented here are 4 of these classic titles from stunning new restorations. In Mr. Vampire 2, aka Mr. Vampire 2, aka Vampire Family, an archaeologist and his students unwittingly set free a family of hopping vampires who wreak havoc in 1980s Hong Kong. Mr. Vampire 3 returns to a period setting and sees Lam Ching Ying's Taoist priest battle an evil witch, a brilliant performance by veteran actress Pauline Yuk-Wan Wong. In Mr. Vampire Saga 4, aka Uncle Vampire, 2 feuding neighbors, a Taoist priest and a Buddhist monk, must join forces when their village is overrun by vampires. And finally, in Vampire vs. Vampire, Lam Ching Ying's Taoist priest finds his Yang Qi fighting knowledge is of little help when he goes up against a European vampire. Yeah, the interesting thing about this is it gets into some of the cultural differences in vampire lore. So the whole idea with the hopping vampires is it came from sort of, how can I describe it? Kind of like an urban legend that sprung up out of the way that corpses would be disposed of back in the day or something like that. So they would actually have corpses sort of vertical, and then they'd have like, the pallbearers or what have you would be carrying it through the forest. So it would look like to any passersby who were unaware that there was corpses being moved around, that there was this dead body hopping along as the pallbearers were carrying it, walking, so it would look like this hopping corpse. So the whole idea of hopping vampires kind of evolved out of that. And I'm pretty sure it goes into some of that cultural background in the extras there as well. So next up we have Encounter of the Spooky Kind. There we go. So yes, you can see I kind of was on a theme here. So I have a defining film in Hong Kong genre cinema. Encounter of the Spooky Kind blended kung fu, special effects, and Chinese folklore to invent a whole new subgenre of Asian cinema, the Yangshi film, which only a few years later would spawn the iconic and hugely successful Mr. Vampire. Okay, so this one actually predates Mr. Vampire. Interesting. Sammo Hung plays Big Guts Cheung, a man well known in his local village for his lack of fear. His reputation is soon put to the test after he is tricked into spending the night in a temple full of spirits, zombies, and vampires. Not content with delivering a bucket load of supernatural chills and thrills, Sammo also delivers some of the finest action choreography of his career. Eureka Classics is proud to present Encounter of the Spooky Kind on Blu-ray for the first time in the UK from a brand new 2K restoration. So there you go. Very cool. And then we have, from 88 Films, The Seventh Curse. Yes. So I just kind of went hog wild with Asian horror. Anything and everything I could get my hands on that was available at the time, I basically just grabbed. So a lot of these were, all of these, other than the Mr. Vampire ones, these were recommended by Luke, were essentially bought sight unseen, just based on, the description and so forth. And as I mentioned before, I've always been fascinated by other cultures and sort of what people find scary in other cultures, whether it be ghost stories, vampire stories, or what have you. And a lot of the Asian stuff is really interesting and really different from what we have over here in the West. So, this should be a lot. I expect this is going to be a lot of fun going through all these. So when Dr. Yuan, Shin Siu Ho, attempts to rescue a girl about to be sacrificed by the Worm tribe in the middle of a jungle in Thailand, he is damned with 7 blood curses and must return there to find a permanent cure. Damn, 7 curses. Though he finds a temporary antidote, this will only last a year, and he must return to the jungle to find a permanent cure. The Seventh Curse is an adventurous story of lost tribes and deadly magic, featuring strange locales, evil sorcerers, and monsters. This bonkers thrill fest is a rollicking Asian oddity, a must for collectors of exotic Hong Kong cinema. Very cool. So that sounds like a lot of fun. Gotta love a good, gotta break the curse story, right? Next up, also from 88 Films, we have Magic Cop, which I think is loosely related to the Mr. Yeah, this is kind of related to the Mr. Vampire movies a little bit. So, after seeing off hopping corpses in Mr. Vampire, the great Lam Ching Ying, Enter the Dragon, and Eastern Condors, faces a new supernatural challenge. Someone is using the living dead to smuggle drugs into modern-day Hong Kong, and only Lam's Officer Feng, policeman and Taoist master, can stop them, proving the power of traditional Chinese magic in the process. Mixing comedy, action, and esoteric lore, Magic Cop sees the incomparable Lam at his brilliant best. 88 Films are proud to present this gorgeously restored treat from the golden age of Hong Kong cinema. Go. Very nice. That's Magic Cop. Next up, we have. This is also kind of loosely, in the same area. We have Taxi Hunter. Yes, I don't think he's actually literally hunting taxis, but. After his pregnant wife perishes through the actions of a careless and callous cabbie, mild-mannered Ah Kin, Anthony King of the Cat 3's Wong, declares war on the entire profession, and you don't need the knowledge to know he won't be leaving a tip. Directed by Herman Yu, who unleashed Ebola syndrome on an unsuspecting world. I think he means a movie called Ebola Syndrome, not actual Ebola Syndrome. 88 Films are pleased to present this important treatise on public transport in a wonderful new Blu-ray edition. There we go. This is from 1993. That was Magic Cop. It was 1990. Yes. Alright. Next up. Oh, yeah, I had to get this one just on the basis of the gorgeous frickin' slipcover. We have the Holy Virgin. We have the Holy Virgin versus the Evil Dead. Yes, no relation to the Sam Raimi films. But beautiful slipcover there. Different artwork underneath. Very nice. And there we go. And this one is also a Cat 3. A lot of Cat 3 titles in here. So, martial arts action icon Donnie Yen from John Wick Chapter 4, and Ip Man plays Cheung, a kung fu fighting Chinese Indiana Jones, forced to taken on the challenge, proofreading, of an ancient supernatural foe. Ken Lo from Drunken Master 2 is our hero's nemesis as he tries to protect a magically empowered tribal princess, Pauline Jung from Dragons Forever. Cheung must also contend with Sergeant Hu, a Hong Kong lady cop determined to crack the same case, played by Sibel Hu from The Inspector Wears Skirts. Shot mainly on exotic Thai locations, The Holy Virgin vs. The Evil Dead is a fast-paced, genre-blending mix of fierce Hong Kong fistfights and over-the-top horror flick effects. Very nice. And this is just freaking beautiful. Limited edition, yeah, slipcase, double-sided poster, and Moon Monsters, Holy Virgins, and Kung Fu booklet notes by Paul Bramhall. And it also includes 2 versions of the film, including the uncut Cat 3 version, reconstructed from best available materials. Cool. So I'm guessing that has been kind of lost-ish for a while. Very nice. Next up, this one I actually found at Sunrise Records. Just saw it on the shelf, and I was like, well, that looks awesome. We have from Unearthed Classics, Evil Dead Trap. Yes, with the slipcover. There we go. So this one, a TV station employee takes a camera crew out to an abandoned factory to investigate a purported snuff film that was made there, only to end up running for her life. Nami hosts a late-night video program. She receives a tape which appears to be a real snuff film. She and her crew investigate the location where she meets a man looking for his brother who warns her to stay away. As she gets closer to the truth, she and her friends are subjected to a brutal nightmare. There we go. Yeah. This is actually, I think, the first domestic one. Oh, no, that one was domestic as well. But a lot of these are Region B. Next up, this one I actually did hear of before, and I've heard it's a lot of fun. We have Versus from Arrow Films. There we go. So, a relentless, one-of-a-kind sensory assault chock full of hyperkinetic fight scenes, gangster shootouts, sword-slashing violence, and gory zombie horror. Versus was a key title amongst a barrage of innovative horror and action movies that appeared as if from nowhere from Japan at the turn of the millennium, leading to a new wave of appreciation for Asian extreme cinema. A mysterious face-off in a wooded clearing between 2 escaped convicts and a carload of sharply dressed Yakuza holding a beautiful woman captive ends in hails of bullets and showers of blood. The location for this violent encounter is the mythic forest of Resurrection, the site of the 444th portal of the 666 hidden gates that link this earthly domain to the netherworld. And it didn't get this name for nothing. As one of the surviving prisoners escapes with the girl into the darkness of the forest, disgruntled gangsters soon become the least of their worries as an earlier battle between a lone warrior against hordes of zombie samurai is carried over from a millennium ago into the present day. That sounds fucking awesome. And that's why I got it, because it sounds fucking awesome. Versus caused a sensation both in Japan and internationally upon its release, launching the careers of director Ryuhei Kitamura, who did Godzilla Final Wars and Midnight Meat Train, 2 pretty notable films there, and action star fight choreographer Tak Sakaguchi from Battlefield Baseball and Yakuza Weapon. Arrow Video is proud to present this mythic cult title in a director-approved restoration. Very nice. Well, that sounds like a lot of fun. Next up, another one. Got a Takashi Miike. We have the Dead or Alive trilogy. Yeah, Takashi Miike is one I've been wanting to explore more for sure. I've seen precious little of his work. So there we go. So this has all 3 Dead or Alive movies. So beginning with an explosive 6-minute montage of sex, drugs, and violence, and ending with a phallus-headed battle robot taking flight, Takashi Miike's unforgettable Dead or Alive trilogy features many of the director's most outrageous moments, set alongside some of his most dramatically moving scenes. Made between 1999 and 2002, the Dead or Alive films cemented Miike's reputation overseas as one of the most provocative enfants terribles of Japanese cinema, yet also one of its most talented and innovative filmmakers. In Dead or Alive, a tough gangster, Ryuichi, played by Riki Takeuchi, and his ethnically Chinese gang make a play to take over the drug trade in Tokyo's Shinjuku district by massacring the competition. But he meets his match in Detective Jojima, played by Sho Aikawa, who will do everything to stop them. Dead or Alive 2, Birds, casts Aikawa and Takeuchi together again, but as new characters, a pair of rival Yakuza assassins who turn out to be childhood friends. After a botched hit, they flee together to the island where they grew up, and decide to devote their deadly skills to a more humanitarian cause. And finally, in Dead or Alive Final, Takeuchi and Aikawa are catapulted into a future Yokohama ruled by multilingual gangs and cyborg soldiers, where they once again butt heads in the action-packed and cyberpunk-tinged finale to the trilogy. Well, that sounds awesome, too. Each of them unique in theme and tone, the Dead or Alive films showcase Miike at the... Each of them unique in theme and tone, the Dead or Alive films showcase Miike at the peak of his strengths, creating 3 very distinct movies connected only by their 2 popular main actors. Each film a separate yet superb example of crime drama, character study, and action filmmaking. Hell yeah! Next up, also from Arrow Video, directed by Teruo Ishii, we have Horrors of Malformed Men. Yes. See, again, a lot of these I was just reading the copy and looking at the covers and like, well, that sounds awesome. I'll add that to the card. So, Horrors of Malformed Men. Cult director Teruo Ishii, who did Orgies of Edo and Blind Woman's Curse, presents a nightmarish, hallucinogenic tale drawn from the fevered imagination of Japan's celebrated pioneer of Uroguro, erotic grotesque, literature, Edogawa Rampo. Medical student Hirosuke Hitomi, Teruo Yoshida, slips out of the asylum in which he has been wrongfully confined and stealthily assumes the identity of a recently deceased nobleman with whom he bears an uncanny resemblance. Hirosuke schemes his way into the nobleman's household and his dead double's marital bed. But as long-repressed memories begin to bubble to the surface, he soon finds himself drawn to a remote isle where he is confronted by a mad scientist, celebrated Buto dancer Tatsumi Hijikata, and his malformed men. A dark labyrinth of the monstrous and perverse that fuses mystery and horror while incorporating motifs from a myriad of Rampo's tales, Horrors of Malformed Men boasts astonishing carnivalesque art design and haunting performances. Withdrawn from cinemas by its own studio after its original scandalous release nearly 50 years ago, the film is among the very best screen interpretations of the author's macabre brand of horror fantasy fiction and a unique oddity of Japanese cult cinema. There you go. The Horrors of Malformed Men. Very nice. Next up. Yes. We have a Japanese take on a classic universal horror character, the Invisible Man. With the Invisible Man appears, and the Invisible Man versus the Human Fly. So, here we go. You're gonna read all that for yourself. I'll read some of it to you now. Finally released outside Japan for the very first time, these unique riffs on H.G. Wells' classic character, though undoubtedly also indebted to Universal's iconic film series, are two of the earliest examples of tokusatsu, special effects cinema, from Daiei Studios, later the home of Gamera. Daiei. We'll be talking more about them in a little bit. In The Invisible Man Appears, written and directed by Nobuo Adachi in 1949, a scientist successfully creates an invisibility serum, only to be kidnapped by a gang of thugs who wish to use the formula to rob a priceless jewel. Yeah, it sounds very similar to some of the Invisible Man sequels. In addition to being the earliest surviving Japanese science fiction film ever made, there's another reason to have it. The film's entertaining special effects were an early credit for the legendary Eiji Tsuburaya. 5 years before he first brought Godzilla to life. Yeah, another reason to have it. 8 years later, Mitsuo Murayama's exciting The Invisible Man vs. the Human Fly tells the story of a series of mysterious murders where the only clue is a strange buzzing noise at the scene of the crime. Could this be linked to secret wartime experiments in shrinking humans to the size of insects? And can a scientist who's just invented an invisibility ray be the one to stop it? Dun dun dun! So there you go. Definitely some important entries in, well, a variety of genres. I mean, you have the guy who did the special effects for the original Godzilla. You got, their first tokusatsu film. I didn't know that tokusatsu just meant special effects. I always think of it as like Power Rangers type stuff, but good to know. I learned something new today. Okay, hold on a second. I think we're getting close to the end of our recording here. And Ryan Chataway is in the building. How's it going? Says no Twilight? No. No Twilight. Get out. Won't have you using that kind of language here. This is a clean stream. We're just talking about good, clean, wholesome porn. Celebrating the life and times of Jamie Gillis. Porn's answer to Elliot Gould. Alright, next up we have the Taisho trilogy. Yes, from Arrow Films. Gotta love how a lot of these have like 2 or 3 movies in them, eh? After more than a decade in the wilderness following his firing from Nikatsu for Branded to Kill, 1967, Maverick director Saijun Suzuki. Oh, that's not the story. That's like the story of the director. Wow, controversial. Returned with a vengeance with his critically praised triptych of cryptic supernatural dramas set during the liberal enlightenment of Japan's Taisho era, which was 1912 to 1926. In the multiple Japanese Academy Award-winning Zigunerweisen, 1980, 2 intellectuals and former colleagues from a military academy involve their wives in a series of dangerous sexual games. In Kagero-za, from 1981, a playwright is drawn like a moth to a flame to a mysterious beauty who might be a ghost. While Yumeji, from 1991, imagines the real-life painter-poet Takahisa Yumeji's encounter with a beautiful widow with a dark past. Rarely seen outside of Japan, the films in the Taisho trilogy are considered Suzuki's masterpieces in his homeland, presenting a dramatic turn from more his familiar tales of cops, gangsters, and unruly youth. These surrealistic psychological puzzles drip with a lush exoticism, distinctively venturing into the pandemonium of a bygone age of decadence and excess, when Western ideas, fashions, technologies, and art fused into everyday aspects of Japanese life. Well, that sounds amazing. There you go. Kaisho trilogy. Very cool. And like already, we've got such a incredible blend of different styles of films and subjects here. And we're not even close to done yet. Next we have Bloody Spear at Mount Fuji. Another one from Arrow Films. And this is from Arrow Academy, one of their sort of sister labels, I guess. Praised by Japanese film critics and much admired by his contemporaries, Akira Kurosawa and Yasujiro Ozu, Tomu Uchida nonetheless remains little known in the West. His 1955 masterpiece, Bloody Spear at Mount Fuji, is an excellent entry point for the newcomer. Set during the Edo period, Bloody Spear at Mount Fuji is a tragicomic road movie of sorts, following a samurai, his two servants, including spear carrier Genpachi, Chiezo Kataoka, sorry, it has a stupid recycle symbol over the name, and various people they meet on their journey, including a policeman in pursuit of a thief, a young child, and a woman who is to be sold into prostitution. Winner of a prestigious Blue Ribbon Award for supporting actor and Kurosawa regular Daisuke Kato, Bloody Spear at Mount Fuji is a film deserving of much wider international recognition. So not a horror film, but definitely a notable entry in Asian cinema. And yeah. And peripherally related to the samurai genre as well, which you know I love. Next up, we have also from Arrow, and this time we actually got the slipcover. What's it? Yes, The Snake Girl and the Silver-Haired Witch. Yes, definitely sounds like we're getting more into supernatural horror territory again. So, haven't opened this up yet, but I'm guessing reversible cover, which is usually the case. What do you get when Noriaki Yuasa, director of Daiei Studios' much-beloved Gamera series, makes a monochrome film adaptation of the works of horror manga pioneer Kazuo Umetsu, The Drifting Classroom? The answer is 1968's The Snake Girl and the Silver-Haired Witch, a fantastically phantasmagorical slice of twisted tokusatsu terror, ostensibly made for children, that will irreparably traumatize any child that sees it. Awesome! A young girl named Sayuri is reunited with her estranged family after years in an orphanage, but trouble lurks within the walls of the large family home. Her mother is an amnesiac after a car accident 6 months earlier, her sullen sister is confined to a hidden attic room, and a young housemaid dies inexplicably of a heart attack just before Sayuri arrives. Is it all connected to her father's work studying venomous snakes? And is the fanged serpentine figure that haunts Sayuri's dreams the same one spying on her through holes in the wall? Making its worldwide Blu-ray debut and its home video premiere outside Japan, this rarely screened, nightmarishly disorienting creepshow not only displays a seldom-seen side of kaiju auteur Yuasa, but its skillful blending of Umetsu's comics, published in English language markets as Reptilia, arguably anticipates many of the trends seen in J-horror decades later. There you go. Very cool. Well, see, and this is why I love the boutique labels, because they give you so many of these wonderful obscurities that might never otherwise see the light of day here. Ah, well, here is an upgrade. This is one I have seen. Many moons ago, I had the DVD of this, and I also had the DVD of the remake. The remake was okay, had Jennifer Connelly in it, can't go wrong there. But the original, I felt, was a little darker and a little more intense. We have Hideo Nakata's Dark Water, the new 4K version from Arrow Video. Very nice. Dark Water is great. Much water, very dark. But in case you haven't heard of it, I'll read the back. We'll just do that for all of them since we're on a roll here. After terrifying audiences worldwide with the blockbuster J-horror classic Ring, well, I guess it would actually be Ringu for the Japanese version, and its sequel, Director Hideo Nakata returned to the genre for Dark Water, another highly atmospheric and critically acclaimed tale of the supernatural which took the common theme of the dead wet girl to new heights of suspense and drama. Based upon a short story by Ring author Koji Suzuki, Dark Water follows Yoshimi, a single mother struggling to win sole custody of her only child, Ikuko. When they move into a new home within a dilapidated and long-forgotten apartment complex, Yoshimi begins to experience startling visions and unexplainable sounds, calling her mental well-being into question and endangering not only her custody of Ikuko, but perhaps their lives as well. Beautifully shot by cinematographer Junichiro Hayashi, who did Ring and Pulse, and featuring an especially unnerving sound design, Dark Water successfully merges spine-tingling tension with a family's heart-wrenching emotional struggle, creating one of the very finest and most unsettling contemporary Japanese horror films. Yeah, I really enjoyed this one, but be warned, it will kind of rip your heart out. It's a good one. Next up, another Takashi Miike, and this is one I've heard of but never saw. I know it did get a few releases over the years. We have Audition. Yes, I've been wanting to check this one out for ages. So, now I finally can. Very cool. So, Audition, one of the most notorious J-horror films ever made. Takashi Miike's Audition exploded onto the festival circuit at the turn of the century to a chorus of awards and praise. The film would catapult Miike to the international scene and pave the way for such other genre delights as Ichi the Killer and The Happiness of the Katakuris. Ichi the Killer, that's one I need to pick up, definitely. And there's like a series, it's part of a series, I think. Recent widower Shigeharu Aoyama is advised by his son to find a new wife, so he seeks the advice of a colleague, having been out of the dating scene for many years. They take advantage of their position in a film company by staging an audition to find the perfect woman. Interviewing a series of women, Shigeharu becomes enchanted by Asami, a quiet 24-year-old woman who is immediately responsive to his charms. But soon, things take a very dark and twisted turn, as we find that Asami isn't what she seems to be. Pulling the audience into a story that will lead to one of the most harrowing climaxes in cinema history, Miike twists and turns us through delirious editing and shocking visuals for one of the most depraved nightmares of all time. Audition. Very nice. I feel like I'm just going to have like a marathon of Takashi Miike films. And that's not a bad thing. Next up, we have, well, another one by Takashi Miike and a couple of other directors. The One Missed Call trilogy. Yes, very nice. Another one I've heard of but never seen. So, like I said, I got a mix of more well-known stuff and some obscure stuff. So, an iconic trilogy of J-horror films comes to Blu-ray for the first time, tapping into the same brand of terror as the Ring and Grudge movies. Visionary director Takashi Miike, Audition and Blade of the Immortal, presents. I didn't know he did Blade of the Immortal. I've got that one somewhere on my shelf. Presents a modern high-tech twist on that mainstay of Japanese folklore, the Yurei, or vengeful spirit, in the form of its own iconic anti-hero, the terrifying Mimiko. In the first installment in the trilogy, 2003's One Missed Call, student Yoko, Anna Nagata from Battle Royale, receives a phone message from her future self, ending with her own death scream. 2 days later, she dies in a horrific rail collision. Spoiler, as the mysterious phone curse spreads, claiming more young lives, Yoko's friend Yumi, Ko Shibasaki, also from Battle Royale and 47 Ronin, joins forces with Detective Hiroshi, Shinichi Tsutsumi from Space Battleship Yamato, I'm assuming the live-action one, whose sister met the same gruesome fate. But can they unravel the mystery before the clock runs out on the next victim, Yumi herself? Another like 7 days kind of situation, I'm guessing. Mimiko's curse continues to wreak bloody havoc in two sequels, 2005's One Missed Call 2 and 2006's One Missed Call Final, in addition to spawning a TV series and an American remake. This lavish collection from Arrow gathers together the original trilogy and a swath of in-depth bonus features for the ultimate spine-tingling experience. Very cool. I'm probably going to just power through all 3 of those in one night at some point. Oh. Now, talk about stuff based on notable horror manga. Well, you can't beat, like, one of the all-time masters of truly disturbing horror manga, Junji Ito. And here we have Tomy, the live-action film adaptation of one of his most famous stories. So, there we go. Beautiful edition that came out fairly recently from Arrow. I managed to get the slipcover with this one. Quite nice. So, Tomy, based on the smash hit series by the same name by cult manga artist Junji Ito Uzumaki, Tomy tells the tale of an evil high school seductress identifiable by a beauty mark beneath her left eye, whose bewitching kiss drives men to madness. Photography student Tsukiko, Mami Nakamura from Tokyo Trash Boy and Love Exposure, is plagued by violent dreams as she struggles to recall long-suppressed memories following a teenage trauma with the help of psychiatrist Dr. Hosono, Yuriko Toguchi from Cure and Charisma. Meanwhile, as Detective Harada, Tomoro Taguchi from Tetsuo the Iron Man, that's another one I need to get, leads an investigation into a missing high school girl, he discovers a long line of similar cases that can be traced back decades, with all of the victims going by the name of Tomi Kawakami, and all slaughtered and decapitated by jealous lovers before they reach womanhood. Meanwhile, Tsukiko's new neighbor seems to be harboring something nasty in the downstairs basement, something which rapidly begins to take on a dangerous form. Tomy is a creepy supernatural chiller directed by Ataro Oikawa, screenwriter of the pioneering Japanese horror Door, and featuring a chilling turn by the sensational Miho Kano, Echo Echo Azarak, Wizard of Darkness, and Dolls. Arrow Films is proud to present this key title from the J-horror boom of the late 1990s, which spawned a string of sequels for the first time on Blu-ray outside of Japan with a host of newly produced extras. Yes. I don't know how faithful it is to the comic. Rose actually has a nice little Junji Ito comic collection, a couple of nice hardcover editions. She's got Tomy and Uzumaki. Uzumaki. I used to have this on DVD many moons ago, and it was my introduction to the twisted, get it? Horror of Junji Ito. And it really made an impression, honestly. And I read a chunk of the original manga. I haven't read the whole thing. It's even more disturbing. But this is actually a pretty decent adaptation from what I've read. It definitely hits all the right notes. There's supposed to be like an anime adaptation of Uzumaki coming out. I don't know if that's still in the works or if it came out and I missed it or what. But I was absolutely overjoyed to see this get a Blu-ray release because I've long since sold the DVD and have been wanting to get it back in the collection for a long time. So, based on Junji Ito's masterpiece of manga, Higuchinsky's Uzumaki follows the residents of a remote town as they inexplicably become obsessed with spiral shapes. Kiri, Eriko Hatsune, a young schoolgirl, first notices this phenomena when she encounters her boyfriend's father, Ren Osugi, maniacally videotaping a snail crawling up a wall. Later, her brooding beau, Shuichi, Fi Fan, reveals that the odd behavior goes further. His father has filled an entire room with various spiral objects, and that's merely the beginning of the insanity. Soon, one classmate arrives at school covered in thick, clear slime, and the leader of a girl gang begins wearing her hair in gravity-defying swirly strands. Before long, this growing madness leads to a series of gruesome and unbelievably bizarre deaths. Now on Blu-ray for the first time in 1080p high definition with the original Japanese language and English subtitles. And special features, you got behind the scenes, you got camcorder footage, so I guess the actual camcorder footage that was shot of the crazy dad filming stuff. He films other things with the camcorder too, which I won't describe. Just see the movie. Director's commentary and trailer. And this is a nice special edition of good old Discotek. Yeah. So you know you got quality there. Discotek does fine work. Next up, we have... Oh, I think this is another one I bought based on the cover. It just looked amazing. From Vinegar Syndrome, we have Corpse Mania. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Just gorgeous. They really know how to do packaging. Like, they really do know how to get you just based on the packaging. And here we go. And it's 4K, no less. Yeah, 4K. Corpse Mania. After a defiled corpse is discovered in an abandoned building, Inspector Zhang recognizes the scene as being similar to other mutilated bodies that have been turning up in the area. Realizing that there is a deranged serial killer at large, Zhang's investigation soon leads him to a local brothel run by the headstrong Madame Lan, who appears to be the killer's hunting ground. While public suspicion soon falls on a recently released from prison necrophile, Zhang is unconvinced, believing that the killer and their motive are hiding in plain sight. Directed by horror maestro Chi Hung Kwei, Hex and The Boxer's Omen, Corpse Mania masterfully fuses Shaw Brothers' well-regarded dramatic period pieces with the structure and style of the Italian giallo. Offering foggy streets, gelled lighting, and grisly murders perpetuated by a black-clad killer. Moving from twist to twist and sure to leave viewers squirming in horror all the way to the end. Vinegar Syndrome is proud to present this essential Hong Kong horror on UHD. Newly restored in 4K from its original camera negative, packed with extras, and featuring all the maggot-covered corpses one could ask for. Hell yeah! Sounds great. When life ends, the terror begins. I mean, just look at the fucking cover. It's beautiful. Just beautiful. Alright, and the last of the singles from Radiance, a relatively new boutique label, we have Dogra Magra. And they do theirs in kind of the way that the Japanese releases would do, like Laserdisc and stuff, where they have kind of like, it's kind of like an obi strip down the side. So rather than have like a J card or, you know, whatever, they have this. And you can, I think you can remove it. Yeah, you can remove it and just kind of slide it in the case or whatever. Just probably what I'll do when I unwrap these. There we go, Dogra Magra. I actually picked this up kind of as an add-on to another order of something else, which we'll take a look at in a little bit. So this is the world Blu-ray premiere of Dogra Magra. A young man kills his wife on their wedding day and goes insane. He wakes in an asylum with no memory. As two doctors help him recall his past, reality and fantasy become blurred. A gothic tale with a sense of dreamy dread that recalls Kiyoshi Kurosawa's Cure and the locked room mystery of Shutter Island. Toshio Matsumoto's Funeral Parade of Roses final feature is a stunningly shot phantasmagoria adapted from Kiyosaku Umeno's novel. There you go, and it's got a whole bunch of extras on there, and it is a limited edition of 3,000 copies. I have no idea which one mine is. One of them. That's Dogra Magra. Alright, so that is it for the singles, although, I mean, there's, you know, some of the singles had multiple movies in them. Next up, we have a whole stack of box sets. So let's move these over here and make room for said box sets. Oh, and I think we're close to a half hour again. Not too close, but close enough. What's going on here? What's going on? Hey, Scully. Good morning. And good morning, Graham J. So yeah, it's pretty cool stuff so far. I'm pretty stoked about checking all those out. Okay. Just a little adjustment. Okay, carrying on here. Let's see. Start with this one. So another upgrade of one you've probably heard of. We have Ringu. Yes, the original. Hold on a second. We're gonna actually move these way over here because otherwise it's just gonna get in the way. There. We'll bring them back when we do the thumbnail. So, first up, a not insignificant upgrade to 4K, we have Ringu. Yes, the original film on which The Ring was based. I actually still have an old DVD set that actually has the first 4 Ringu films in it. And yeah, I've been wanting to upgrade all of them to high def for a while. When I saw that they had a 4K of at least the first one, well, hell, I had to get that. I mean, I shouldn't need to introduce you to this one. Everybody knows the story of The Ring. Anyway, this is the one that kicked off the whole thing. So the original movie that introduced the world to Sadako. There we go. So, getting Ringu in 4K, I had to get the best available edition of the sequels, and it also has the first one. We have the Ringu Collection. Blu-ray only for this one. They only did the first one in 4K, but it actually has basically all the movies that were in that old DVD set of mine, but all upgraded to high def and with loads of extras as well. So this has, yeah, it has all of them. It has Ringu, Ringu 2, and Ringu 0, which is a prequel. And then it also has Spiral, also known as Uzumaki, no relation to the Junji Ito one, which was an other sequel. It was kind of the other Ringu 2. So it's kind of strange. There's like 2 sequels and a prequel. I forget which one. I think I liked Ringu 2 a little bit more than Spiral. I don't remember, honestly. It's been so long since I've watched them. But, yeah, looking forward to revisiting these. And revisiting the original in glorious 4K. And, well, while we're revisiting the originals, we might as well revisit the remake. Also in 4K, we have the Ring Collection. So this is The Ring, The Ring 2, and Rings. Which I've never seen the sequels, actually. I've seen the first one several times, and I think as far as remakes goes, as far as remakes go, it's definitely one of the better ones for sure. I think they did a great job of it, and yeah, and there you go. So we have all. This is one of the few that I actually opened, so I can kind of show you real quick here. So we have all of the originals in glorious 4K. I think they come with the Blu-ray as well. Yeah, they come with the Blu-ray as well. So there you go. And yeah, I definitely look forward to finally seeing the other 2. And seeing how they compare. I mean, like I said, I know the first one was great. I don't know. My understanding is the others were not as good, I guess, but isn't that always the case? Anyway, so we'll see that. Did we do those all sideways? Yeah, we did. And then Rings. When did Rings come? I feel like that was like super recent. 2017, yeah. And the others were like, yeah, ages ago. 2002 and 2005. Wow. Cool. Anyway, in this case, it's Samara. Yeah. So, The Adventures of Sadako and Samara. Next up, from Arrow Video, this looked like a lot of fun. We have the Yokai Monsters collection. Yeah, so this is from the creators of Daimajin, ones you might know. It was the one about the giant statue come to life kind of thing. So this is actually 4 movies. And this one I'll read to you because it's really cool. From the makers of Daimajin comes a trilogy of terror ripped from the pages of Japanese folklore, with ghosts and monsters from ancient myths and legends brought to life through stunning special effects, alongside an epic big-budget reboot of the series from a modern-day master of the macabre. In the first film in the trilogy, 100 Monsters, a greedy slumlord's attempts to forcefully evict his tenants invite the wrath of the titular spirits when a cleansing ritual is botched, with terrifying results. The second film, Spook Warfare, tells the tale of an evil Babylonian vampire inadvertently awoken by treasure hunters and a brave samurai that teams with the yokai to defeat the bloodthirsty demon. In the final film, along with Ghosts, released only 12 months after 100 Monsters, the yokai are roused to defend a little girl on the run from deadly Yakuza. Decades later, none other than Takashi Miike, Audition, and many others, helmed the Great Yokai War, a loose remake of Spook Warfare that used cutting-edge digital effects to renew the franchise for a new generation. In it, a young boy is given a grave responsibility to band together with a group of yokai to defend humanity against a vengeful and powerful demon that has sworn retribution against modern-day Japan. And there we go. So that is the entire Great Yokai Monsters collection, which just looks like so much fun. I mean, look at all those crazy creatures, eh? Just everything. Let's just do which folklore or tale do we want to adapt? Yes. Next up, well, I had to get this one. It just looks fantastic, and I know one of my regulars, Funk Monk, has this set as well, and he's been watching the movies and said they're just amazing. We have J-Horror Rising, the special edition, limited edition box set from Arrow. In this case, I actually did get the limited edition, so we got the booklet with it. Huzzah! And I mean, look at this. Look how much stuff is in here. It's crazy. How many movies are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 movies? 7 movies. Wow. Alright, buckle up. Here we go. Vengeful ghosts returning from beyond the grave. Young women with supernatural abilities. Investigative narratives. A terror of technology and an ominous aura of urban alienation and isolation mark the wave of horror and mystery films that emerged from Japan at the turn of the millennium, collectively labeled as J-Horror. Remastered from the best available elements and packed with a host of new and archival extras, J-Horror Rising presents 7 of the genre's most distinctive titles. In the ghostly pastoral horror of Shikoku, a young woman returns after many years to her rural birthplace, only to find her best friend from childhood has died by drowning when just 16. The dead girl's mother, the local Shintoist priest, has embarked on the region's famous pilgrimage. But why is she walking backwards? The aftermath of the devastating Kobe earthquake of 1995 creates fissures in the already fractured mind of a high school girl in Isola, multiple personality girl, allowing an unwelcome intruder to set up home in her head and leaving a volunteer worker with psychic powers to determine which of her personas is the fake one. Shikoku also provides the mystical backdrop. Where are we going here? Shikoku also provides the mystical backdrop to Inugami, as a teacher from Tokyo finds himself drawn to a local paper maker, only to find himself the subject of some hostility from her extended family, who have long ties to the region and are rumored to be the descendants of the guardians of ancient evil canine spirits. Megumi Okina from Ju-On the Grudge. I used to have that one on DVD too. That was really good. I never watched the remake. I only watched the original, and I thought it was great. That's what I'd love to get again, actually, to see if there's a Blu-ray or 4K of that. Plays the art designer for a horror-themed video game in the innovative St. John's Wort, who is forced to confront her childhood traumas when her colleagues ask her to gather visual materials from the creepy Gothic mansion she has inherited from her estranged artist father. Carved, the Slit-Mouthed Woman, features the titular predatory murderess, drawn from urban legend, where it turns out home isn't the safest place for her potential child victims in this disturbing supernatural horror. A new craze for wearing ceramic masks sweeps the students of a high school, unleashing a wave of anonymous juvenile delinquency. Amongst the literal fashion victims of Persona, which boasts early appearances from Battle Royale stars Tatsuya Fujiwara and Chiaki Kuriyama. Chiaki Kuriyama, she was Go-Go, wasn't she? Yeah, she was Go-Go. Good old Go-Go. Last but not least, the chilling Noroi, The Curse, adopts a pseudo-documentary format as an investigative reporter into paranormal phenomena is forced to confront horrors beyond his wildest imagination after learning about an ancient folkloric demon. Wow. So, yeah, you want to read the rest? Read the rest. I'm starting to lose my voice. Man, that sounds like an amazing set. And I know Funk Monk, who is a huge J-horror fan, definitely gives this his seal of approval. Been gushing about it ever since he got it. Next up, from Scream Factory, who just purchased a library of titles that was thought to be unpurchasable. They got exclusive worldwide rights to a whole bunch of stuff, a whole bunch of Hong Kong stuff. And, well, here's one of them. We got Golden Harvest, Volume 1, Supernatural Shockers. Yes, there is a Volume 2 as well, which focuses more on, like, you know, kung fu type stuff. But I was, like, hard focusing more on the horror, with a side of some samurai goodies as well. Well, one or two, anyway. So, here we go. And this has some Cat 3 titles in it. So this is, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 6 movies in this. Scandalous, sensual, shocking. Yeah, they don't put much copy on the back of their boxes, so this will take like 2 seconds. Prepare yourself for a collection of some of the most outrageous offerings in the history of Hong Kong cinema. Yeah. Taking a breath. Scandalous, sensual, shocking. Prepare yourself for a collection of some of the most outrageous offerings in the history of Hong Kong cinema. The Golden Harvest Collection Volume 1, Supernatural Shockers, brings you 6 of the steamiest, most outrageous films you've ever seen, including several infamous Category 3 adults-only classics. From the unearthly appearance of ghosts and vampires to the undeniable screen presence of Amy Yip, these sublimely sexy and spirited films will take your breath away. So, names of the films, we don't have any descriptions for them. We have Sex and Zen, Erotic Ghost Story, Erotic Ghost Story 2, and Erotic Ghost Story 3, Dr. Vampire, not to be confused with Mr. Vampire, and Robotrix. And there you go. Golden Harvest. Yeah, Golden Harvest. Supernatural Shockers. Very nice. Alright, cool. Next up, from 88 Films? Yeah, from 88 Films, we have... This was, like, totally picked up on a whim. I just got a notice in the mail, like, this is coming out, limited edition. I'm like, oh, that sounds cool. I'll get it. We have Gaira's Guts Trilogy. Yeah, this sounds just nuts. Or is that guts? It sounds nuts. And full of guts. We have 3 films, Guts of a Virgin, Guts of a Beauty, and Rusted Body, Guts of a Virgin 3. Limited edition of 3,000 units, fully uncut, and I got number 2,153 of 3,000. I placed this pre-order almost as soon as the notice came out, so I can only imagine how fast this flew out the door. So, lucky, lucky, lucky. Discover the visceral world of Kazuo Gaira Komitsu with the definitive trilogy box set, Guts of a Beauty, Guts of a Virgin, and Rusted Body. Renowned for his outrageous and uncompromising vision, Gaira delves into the darkest corners of human nature and desire. Each film weaves a gripping narrative with unflinching imagery, pushing the boundaries of horror and eroticism. This collection is a must-have for fans of provocative cinema, offering a unique glimpse into... This collection is a must-have for fans of provocative cinema, offering a unique glimpse into the twisted genius of one of Japan's most controversial directors. Guts. There you go. So you might notice the style here very similar to the Radiance Films release we looked at earlier. Well, further to that, we have a couple more from Radiance Films, wrapping up our Asian horror section. Yes, we finally made it to the end. We have Daiei Gothic. Remember I said we'd mention Daiei Studios again? Well, this was what kind of put me on the path to discovering more of their stuff, was some Gothic horror stuff, some Japanese Gothic horror, which you don't see very often, so I obviously had to get this. I've seen some Japanese Gothic horror, like the Bloodthirsty trilogy that Arrow put out a few years ago, which is great, by the way, and it very much has, like, you know, if Hammer was a Japanese studio kind of vibe to it, and so I'm looking forward to checking this out as well. Daiei being, you know, as we've heard, the studio that brought us Gamera. Looking forward to seeing what their offerings are like. So this is a terrific, just gorgeous freaking collection. I love this package art, just beautiful, and it has 3 movies. Yeah, 3 movies in it. Are they 4K? No, they're Blu-ray. They were restored in 4K, but they're Blu-ray. So we have the Ghost of Yatsuya. We have the Ghost of Yatsuya. Oiwa returns from the grave as a horribly disfigured ghost to haunt her husband and his new bride. And then we have the Snow Woman. A woodcutter must keep his oath to a vengeful spirit or pay the ultimate price. And finally, the Bride from Hades. A noble young samurai falls in love with a beautiful courtesan who he fails to see is a ghost. Yes, limited edition of 4,000 copies. Once again, no idea which number I have, but anyway, that's Daiei Gothic. Very sexy edition. You can see the titles on the back there. And yeah, and it's basically just 3 keep cases and a book in very nice hard box. And again, with kind of the obi strip sort of motif there as well, which is removable if you so desire. And if we put it next to the Guts trilogy, you can see, like, who's copying who here. Right? I think 88 Films is copying Radiance. They're kind of notorious for, you know, sketchy stuff like that. Whatever. They look nice together on the shelf, so I'm not really complaining. I'm just being nitpicky. And then, you know, it's been so long since I started collecting these, between then and now doing the updates, that they put out Daiei Gothic Volume 2 as well. So another collection. I don't know how many of these they're doing, but I will get all of them, essentially. So, very nice. Freaking love these covers. Like, I mean, look at that. That is just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So this one gives us another 3. Yeah, so we have a group of mighty warriors takes on a demon that steals women. A cat assumes human form to avenge its master. And a curse resulting from a brutal slaying is carried over into the next generation. Directed by Tokuzo Tanaka, the Snow Woman, and Kimiyoshi Yasuda, Yokai Monsters, Spook Warfare, and featuring Raizo Ichikawa from Shinobi and Shintaro Katsu from Zatoichi. These 3 haunted tales from the Daiei Studio represent the Japanese ghost film at its most lavish and chilling. Another limited edition, 4,000 copies. There you go, 3 keep cases and a book once again. And the movies, we have Ghost of Kasane Swamp, The Haunted Castle, and Demon of Mount O. There you go. And if you want to know how those look on the shelf, here you go. I'd say that looks pretty snazzy. Woo! Well, that was exhausting. Yeah, well, I'm going to do the thumbnail for these, and then we'll carry on to the next section. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, this is going to be so much fun going through these, honestly. I'm really excited about all of this stuff. Like, this is what it's all about. Broadening the horizons, experiencing different cultures. Like, how much fun is this going to be, right? Well, next time, Well, in the next part, bring your 3D glasses, because we got some new 3D movies. And I might finally, all these years later, actually have the means to watch them in 3D. Sneakily swap these around because 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. Okay. What time is it? Alright. Well, we got 4 more in the can. And that last one was really long. What time is it? 4:36. Well, think I'm gonna grab a bite to eat, unwind for a bit, and then head to bed. Got quite a bit done tonight, though. The Hammer section was massive, and the Asian horror section was massive, so it's good to get those done. So just a couple more massive sections to do. And some smaller ones. And then we'll be done. So by my calculations, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 parts left, I believe. Which, for anyone keeping track, should bring the grand total up to 41 parts. Man, if that ain't some kind of record, I don't know what is. But be good to finally get them done and be able to start organizing the shelves. But that only kind of brings us halfway, because I still got to do the closer looks. I can't put everything on the shelf until I've done the closer looks. So, because I need to start posting them concurrently with the updates. So, still a lot of work ahead, but we're making good progress. Yeah, making some very good progress. Well, folks, I need to get to bed shortly because I need to be up in time for today's Death Note screening over on the Discord. Yeah, I've been watching the Death Note anime. A lot of folks seeing it for the first time ever. It is absolutely my pleasure to introduce them to that absolute masterpiece. And glad to see they're enjoying it. Anyway, thank you for joining me, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. I certainly did, and we'll see you next time. Later today, probably, unless I'm just dead to the world after the screening. We'll see how much sleep I get. Anyway, have yourselves a great day or night. Thanks for joining me. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara.